Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my beach. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House is providing...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I feel like the new intro should keep that same fucking dummies. I just love it too much. Is the new one gonna be 20 minutes? No. It'll be shorter, hopefully. It needs to be at least 5 minutes long. Because if it's less than 5 minutes, then like the problem becomes that I have to just keep it on a stream starting soon screen. Can you do another Discord chat with me on your show? I mean, if you schedule something, like, I'm kind of booked up for, well, Wednesday and tomorrow I'm going to my grandma's to help her clean her house. Thursday is like Thanksgiving weekend. Probably going to do something with Liquid Zulu on Saturday. I'm just waiting on Casimir to respond. Might do something with Socrates on Sunday if he's free. Still trying to schedule some other stuff. You know, so just hit me up. Also, my Wednesdays are going to be new. How are you even? Didn't you just walk in the door? And I'll maybe I'll check it out in a half hour. Yeah. So I mean, just like, you know, hit me up. We'll figure something out. Got like too much wax in mine. Socrates nuts. Now, when you say Socrates nuts, do you mean like suck on D's nuts? Or do you mean like that guy's a crazy socialist? It's like both kind of work. put too much wax in my mustache. Plato was a fool? Plato was wrong. He's not a fool. You're studying for the next... You probably shouldn't listen to me if you're trying to seriously study. Oh, it's a Crack-A-Miko fucking Akash diss? Oh. All right, let's get this party started, boys. Fuck whatever I was going to say. I didn't know it was a Crack-A-Miko diss. Objectivist detected? Yeah, I mean, I consider myself an objectivist. Oh, dude, I forgot to change the daily sub goal. Hold on. We'll do turkey bucks. If anybody's feeling like they're in the holiday spirit. Why did I get muted? You didn't get muted. What are you talking about? What? You didn't get muted at all. There's no mod action against you. Maybe you just like forgot to cut on live chat instead of top chat, so you typed something and then didn't see what you typed. All right, I had no idea. I had no idea that it was a fucking Crack-A-Miko disc. For anybody that isn't aware, Akash is a comedian. Akash is got his startup kind of like opening for and being friends with Andrew Schultz, who's another comedian that's, he's all right. He's on Charlemagne the God's podcast, Breakfast Club, which is the same one that interviewed Joe Biden, where he said, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black, right? Right? So that's who Akash is. Indian, I think he's Indian, or is he Pakistan? Anyways, he's a comedian. And he married a girl that's very clearly for the streets. And he's very clearly, super in love with her and thinks the sun sets and shines in this girl's ass. Like, he recently did like a whole simp thing where he like engaged her twice. Like he renewed his vows or something and like got her a bigger ring and was like, you're the greatest thing that ever happened. And she was like, oh my God, it's a big ring. And he's like, maybe you'll shut up now. Cause she just can't stop going on podcasts and talking about how she misses getting dicked down by frat boys and how like, she misses like her, well, I've got multiple, big dick anal stories to tell you about. Meanwhile, dude is very clearly like a virgin that got a hot girl because he got a little money. And he's not her, she's not his girl. It's just his turn. And he, because he was talking shit on Myron Gaines, and Myron Gaines was like, hey, little buddy, maybe you want to shut up when your wife's out here doing this shit, publicly cucking you. All right, so there's the background. Let's see how Crack-A-Miko goes.
I think it's stuff that's kind of childish. I'm turning from a simp to a pimp. All right, bro, can we grow up?
I was popping my and living my
okay, it is a normal
best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate through.
You know it's hard out here for a simp when you're trying to give your honey every cent. With all the flavored podcasts, money spent. With London Bros talking shit on Fresh and Fit. You know it's hard out here for a G when you find out that you're woman for the streets. Is it really worth the bombs and for shame? You getting scum-blooded, please do not redeem. In my eyes, I done seen some crazy things from these cheats. Guess the marriage didn't go how they arranged.
Hold on, is that AI or did he really do
In my
that?
eyes, I done seen some crazy.
This ridiculousness for his wedding. This has to be AI. Is this not AI? Did he really go this hard on this woman? Like,
in my eyes, I done seen some crazy things from these cheats. Guess the marriage didn't go how they arranged the beat. Say his name, I regains, put you in a headlock. Motherfucker turned a red pill into a red dot. Headshot, Dred Scott.
That Ed shot Dred Scott. Never seen this type of whipping. Oh shit! Oh, fuck. Does anybody remember in elementary school when they're like, fucking, don't forget the Supreme Court case with Dred Scott?
Never seen this type of whipping. Got you tripping. Gave her 2 rings like a gymnast. Now she flipping. Caught you slipping. Need to stop the ticky-tocking. Clock is ticking to that hoe. Drop a phone. Hit the kitchen. Do the dishes. Drop the special full of some hack bits. Ironically named it gaslit. That's some sad shit. Need to head back to the gas pump where your dad is. If you ain't gon' keep your hands strong, then drop the black scent. Fuck that shit. I hope you ride.
If you ain't gonna keep your hands strong, then drop the black sin. Oh no.
And turn to a savage. No one buying them Birkin bags when they come with baggage. You was trying to hone your craft, she was with them frat kids.
Dude, this is when Crack wants to diss someone, he turns into I don't understand how Crack Amico is like a mid rapper until he's dissing, and then he's like S tier. No more buying them Birkin bags when they come with baggage. Oh!
Birkin bags when they come with baggage. You was trying to hone your craft, she was with them frat kids. They was busting out of back while they playing Madden. Man, I ain't trying to make you mad, I hate that this happened. Time to take off on your carpet, gotta drop the jasmine. This what happens when you go.
This is actually nice from Crack Amico. Like, dude, I'm not even hating, man. It's time to hop on your carpet, bro. Like, leave this bitch aside. Like, this is the highest level. Like, go watch his diss tracks on like Bert Kreischer or somebody. Like, it's all just you're a piece, or Tom Segura. It's all like you're a piece of shit and I hate you. Meanwhile, with Akash, he's like, man, I'm sad this happened to you, bro. Like, I hope you become a savage. Like, this is weirdly enough in this horrific set of bars and burns is really nice from Crack Amico.
And out of back while they playing Madden. Man, I ain't trying to make you mad, I hate that this happened. Time to take off on your carpet, gotta drop the jasmine. This what happens when you go 30 years of life and never get none. Looking like a poo don't mean you need to be a simp, son. Cash please, keep your cash free. On the other side the grass green with no jazz lean. Need to wake up from this bad dream. She only love you for your name. Guess it must be all the bundles of cash to make her sing. You're a king, you just need a real queen for the throne. Independent brown baller and your money is your own. She ain't working, cooking, cleaning, don't contribute to your home. All she do is take away from what you grown. I say brown boy, sell it quick. Got bitches wanna check, leash tight, no slack. Time to take that pussy back. Go Aziz on that bitch. Her soul rotten.
Go Aziz on that bitch. Aziz Ansari, you remember when Aziz Ansari got fucking in trouble for what was essentially just a date that didn't go well? Oh, fuck.
Slack, time to take that pussy back. Go Aziz on that bitch. Her soul rotten, can't spray no Febreze on that shit. Gotta up and leave, what the fuck you mean? Don't need no dominance, at least remove her internet. She lacking basic intellect. You hate her, but you love her when you get her right. She slipping left and right when you give lip. She got you missing pecs and kissing next. She giving sex, stop giving checks. Someone she'll be giving next, and that's on God on repeat. But you flagrant, young and rich, there's lots of queens for you to meet. That won't play you like a fool, even make you something to eat. Full transition from the sipping to me. That won't play you like a fool, even make you something to eat.
Okay, my brain was like, did someone AI fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? But no, it's just a standard Latina, and I'm right.
Full transition from the sipping to the fucking top G. Because it's hard out here for a sin. When you're trying to give your honey every cent. With all the favorite podcasts, money spent. We'll let them bros talking shit on Fresh and Fit. You know it's hard out here for a G. When you find out that you're woman for the streets. Is it really worth the bobs and machine? You getting scam blooded, please do not redeem.
All right, boys. Well, that's one way to start the show. I'm sorry that that happened to you, Aziz. Not Aziz. Sorry. Fucking Akash. Better luck next time, brother, because Myron might be a low IQ, knuckle dragging retard with basic red pill talking points that's constantly trying to be based by just saying the N-word and calling out the Jews, but having no world philosophy that connects to anything, but is poisoning the minds of millions of young men with just like rampant idiocy and, you know, half-baked observations of reality that any right-winger ought be able to make, but unfortunately the ability to perceive anything of value in society is a skill that is being dragged down by so many corporate-bought pundits on the right, so he comes off as if he has some nuggets of wisdom, when in reality your own uncle is a better role model than anything ever that has ever come out of his mouth, even the creepy one that touched you. But despite all of that, he's right about your wife, bro. Like, you need to drop her. Like, your wife's a thought. She's for the streets. She doesn't love you. She just loves your money. It's obvious to everyone but you. If you say it, it's not a run-on sentence. It's only a run-on sentence if you type it. And even cooler, if you read enough literature from the 15th, 16th, and 17th, and 18th century, and you learn your grammar, you can realize that commas and semicolons in the right place can make any run-on sentence not a run-on sentence, just a really fucking long one. What is it with you with believing that there's... I've never played Star Wars music on this fucking channel. I play video game music because video game music doesn't get copyright strike. This is all World of Warcraft music playing right now. I don't play Star Wars music just because someone might slip in something that's from like a Disney show instead of from a Disney video, from a Star Wars video game. And then this, and nobody is more rabid with their IP than fucking Disney, and they will immediately take the stream down just because of some background music from like The Mandalorian or something. So no, you're never gonna hear Star Wars music compilations unless I've pre-listened to them, which I'm not gonna fucking do. So it's fucking Elder Scrolls music, Claire Obscure music, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. You know, it's music that there are really long music compilations of relaxing background music for. I think Nintendo is about as rabid as Disney, REIP, but actually not about their music copyright. Yeah, Nintendo doesn't give a fuck about their video game music copyright. They also don't give a fuck about their video game copyright shit, and that's because they learned their lesson by they tried to make it to where no one could stream any any Nintendo game for like a couple years on Twitch or YouTube unless they were like a Nintendo partner. And then like it just became it literally just lost them so much money going after small streamers that didn't have any money for them to take, and because they like lost several fair use cases. And so they don't really go after... Didn't they just try to sue Palworld? No, they're super hardcore about protecting their IP. They're just not hardcore about protecting their IP from like streamers using their music in the background or like people playing games and stuff. Their patent for game with monster who fights for you is so fucked up. So I actually looked at the patent, and while I hate IP and I hate the way that they use it, that's not what the patent is. The patent is for creature battles that fight for you in which you throw something that the creature comes out of. So like you can't have like a potted plant that you throw that grows into a plant monster, and then that plant monster fights a battle for you in a creature battle. But like you can have creature battles, right? Like you can, like Digimon doesn't in any way, shape, or form infringe upon their copyright, their patents, right? Despite the fact that it's their direct competitor in creature battles, etc. But it is still an absurd thing. They also have a patent for like creatures that battle that you also fly on, which Digimon does, but like Digimon's been doing that for years, and like I don't think they're gonna sue them. I'm really just waiting. Like I think there's like a 10-cent backed new game coming out that has creature battles, And I'm hoping that Nintendo sues them. Because like Tencent won't back down. Tencent will, because I mean it's a fucking Chinese company. And just the ability to win a court case and win millions of dollars and screw over the Japanese is like they're fucking, like they have a hard on for that. So I'm hoping they actually sue them and then lose and then, you know, realize that they're fucking absurd with some of that shit. Wonder where Yu-Gi-Oh falls on that? Yeah, but here's the thing. LOL Wuwa is still somehow breaching the patent law. Was that like Withering Way or I don't fucking know the new gacha game. I do kind of want to check out where Winds Meet. I'm not gonna lie, but I just don't have the time to get invested in another MMO. Chinese versus Japanese, the battle of fucking losers. But well, that's another thing too about like Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is it's a card game, and so they come out of the cards, and they throw the cards, so that would be a violation of it. But like most of Japanese IP is like about protecting Japan's IP. Dude, I like some shit about the Japanese, but like, hold on, like. Hold on. Trying to find an article. So like here's just one article. Right? Like no interference in creative works. Japanese government proposes new policy for anime and game expansion in the West. I'm just going to post the article because I don't want to talk about it too much in here. You can read it later. But like a lot of like IP and stuff is kind of closely linked to like their whole collectivist culture and like protecting Japan and Japan's culture and all this nonsense. So like they're way, way, way less aggressive about IP from other Japanese companies where the creators are Japanese. It's really like they're very aggressive against the West when it comes to their IP. Toxic ass culture. I mean, I wouldn't say that their culture is toxic. I mean, like there's certainly elements of toxicity of Japanese culture for sure. I would certainly say there are elements of Japanese culture that are superior. Backed by uber socialism and corporatism, true. With a history of some of the worst crimes against humanity, with Unit 731 is bad. Ooh, yeah. Unit 731 is like. If you research that, make sure you don't research that like before bed. If you get down that rabbit hole, make sure you're in a good place before you start looking into some of the shit that Unit 731 did. Like just as one example of something that Unit 731 did in, which was, you know, ostensibly during World War II, it was like a logging company, right? It was like a secret science. One of the things they did is on my Fauci mug right now. Hell yeah. One of the things they did is they went into China and then they went into cold climates and they tied people out into the cold until they had severe frostbite. And then in order to better study frostbite, they would take these living people and they would like chop off their hands or burn their hands or like pour boiling water over their hands or like pour their hands in cold water and then let the cold water refreeze. They wanted to like just understand hypothermia in a better way. So they would just have people tied up in the snow and then just torture their hands and then just document like what happens to fingers with frostbite when you chop them off? What happens to fingers with frostbite when you burn them? What happens with frostbite? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did I have something I wanted to see? Yeah, he's gonna talk. I'm gonna talk with him in like 29 minutes. Superboy Boys is gonna hop in the Discord, and we're gonna have a chit chat. He has a presentation. I previewed the presentation. I didn't read everything. I got enough to kind of get the gist of it, and then we're gonna have a conversation about some political philosophy. It'll be fun before we get into the reacting to some Sargon videos and just talking shit. Shout out to Wendigoon. I don't like that name. I've heard it before. I don't watch his shit, but I've heard the name before. Anyways, like, share, subscribe. You guys are doing a great job liking the stream today, right? 31 viewers, already have 26 likes. I appreciate it. There's still 5 of you that haven't liked the stream, but that's a great ratio of likes to concurrent viewers. I appreciate you guys. Join the Discord. That's where the go live notifications always get you. Follow me on Twitter. I'm constantly talking shit on Twitter. So, there's some bangers. Let me give you a reason to follow the Twitter. Let's see what I tweeted today. Is there any I'm unhinged on Twitter, all right? Like, you get it's very much an experience similar to the live streams. All right? Here's this lady, how it feels to walk into a liberal bookshop and ask for the Spengler, Mishma and Younger books. With the Trump's new outfit, but he's smoking a cigarette with a hat. Every bookstore is a liberal bookstore. LOL, conservatives don't read. So what did I say? I said, hates Amazon, votes for the people who keep Amazon in power, doesn't know what Amazon is. Talking about Jennifer English. I asked you guys, right, to those that are following me, like, why is Shoe on Hot still hot? Like, Shoe on Head. Why is she still hot? Like, what happened? Can anybody explain this? Seriously. Is it like there's no adrenochrome, nothing? Like, like she's been the same age for like 10 years. She's staying inside all day. Is that what being married to eudaimonia did to her? I mean, she's got the post-baby glow, I guess. I don't know. More of this right here, boys. Oh yeah, I'm gonna mute that audio. Some before and after wicked shit. Remember we've been talking about this? Ooh, Skeletor. This might be the worst photo ever. That's fucking... Oof. So then I said demons are real, but they're not beings from hell. Worse, they live in Hollywood and feed off narcissistic supply and abuse. This is me reminding you guys that Jesus Christ, so I love black women. It's unhinged, boys. Here's a banger making fun of Dave Smith. Join the Twitter. It's good times. Why is fucking Hector from Fallout 1 on screen? She consumes the blood of fake cells who sacrifice themselves to her because she acknowledges male problems. Maybe. Oh, Slenzer, you poor boy. I can't wait for you to get caught up. And then, of course, guys, I know it's the holidays. Some people are short on money, but I always appreciate super chats. And if you super chat me, I will definitely, I'll definitely read it. I'll definitely get to it. Sometimes you guys type in chat and I miss it. I don't see it or I glaze over it. But that's about all you get for super chats is you just, you make it to where I can go buy shit. Tomorrow, I got to go buy a bunch of cleaning supplies so I can clean my grandma's house. All right? So that's what you're funding. You're funding me buying energy drinks to stay on stream, and these are yerba mates, and cleaning supplies to clean my grandma's house. I'm not short on money. I'm just buying more Stellaris DLC instead of donating. Dude, fucking Steam almost got me. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. I saw this. Oh, shut up. I saw this. Steam almost got my ass. I was like, ooh, Age of Wonders 4 is only, very positive and only $24.99. And then it was like, buy the premium edition for $60, buy the collector's bundle for $110. And then I saw this shit and it was like expansion pass 3. And I was like, oh, you almost got me, motherfuckers. I was like, I thought I was going to get a whole game for $25, but no, you didn't want to give me a whole game for $25. I was like, Steam page looking like a mobile game? Dude, what? You getting paid to watch me right now, Conaquin? That's what's up. I thought it was a fun game, and it was cheap. And then I saw all that extra shit, and I was like, dude, no. Yeah, exactly. I was like season passes for DLCs and shit. Like, no, you can fuck right off. Only people I'd pay for something like that is like Elder Scrolls Online or something, where it's like constant server space, and it's an MMO, and they're coming out with like DLCs and new raid bosses and, like a whole new map, and like, what I mean? Like, it makes sense to pay. We love low-key beverage cafes. I'm missing something. Been thinking, and if GameCube is going to be priced like a PC, it's going to fail. Require a Steam account to purchase and limit to 2 per account or something if they want to avoid offices taking them. Yeah, so it's going to be priced like a PC, like a cheap PC. The GameCube is not meant to be a competitor to PlayStation and Xbox. People got way too excited about it, and that's just not what's going to happen. Like, the GameCube is for a... Why is my Steam profile private? That's sus? I don't know why it would be sus. It's just, I don't feel like getting fucked with when I'm not streaming and like I'm gaming. I don't want random people that like find my, my tag being like, bro, come play this game with me. It's like, no, I'm playing Baldur's Gate or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm doing my own thing. So, like, that's my get away from you guys time. And even then, I'm like in the Discord, like, this is why you're wrong. Let me talk about IQ for 30 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad enough that I get distracted by Discord and Twitter. You want me to get distracted by random people interrupting my gaming, like, via my Steam account? No, my shit's on private. But yeah, no, the GameCube is very clearly for a specific need. Because the thing is that it can be used as a PC. So they cannot sell the GameCube, or the Steam machine at a loss in the hopes that people will use Steam OS on the game and then purchase games for their Steam library. They can't do it. And nice alibi for a gooning library? Dog, hold on. Let's set the record straight. I'm going to show you everything in my library. All right? I'm going to show you everything in my library. There's one goon thing in my library, okay? Oh, God damn it.
Yeah. Stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy.
Whoops. No, why is it restarting?
Stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn.
I hit the wrong button. All right, here we go. Here's my whole game library. Age of Wonders 3, Alt F4, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Baldur's Gate 3, Barotrauma, Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, Borderlands Pre-Sequel, Century Age of Ashes, Control Ultimate Edition, Cyberpunk 2077, Deep Rock Galactic, Destiny 2, Deus Ex, Divinity Original Sin 2, Dragon's Dogma, the first one, Drakensong, Dreamfall Chapters, Skyrim Special Edition, Elex, Elite Dangerous, Final Fantasy Tactics, Getting Over It, Gothic Playable Teaser, Hellblade, Sinuous Sacrifice, Hogwarts Legacy, Kingdom Rush, Lost Ark, Magic Duels, Marbles on Stream, Marble Rivals, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 2 2010 Edition, Mass Effect the Original, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Murdered Soul Suspect, Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. This is Ni no Kuni 2, which is actually a pretty fun JRPG. Nice Day for Fishing, Paladins, Public Test Realm for Paladins, Path of Exile 2, Pathfinder, Wrath of Righteousness, Quantum Conundrum, Ring of Titans, Sekiro. This is a goon game. I bought it for stream to do with the eye tracking software. I have 0 hours played. I've never installed it. Sid Meier's 6, Civ 6, Skyrim Script Extender, Splitgate, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Sword Coast Legends, Tabletop Simulator, Tailspire, Terra. I mean, I guess Terra is kind of a goon game, but like, see, it's only got 6.6 hours because I had that shit way back in the day. Terra Escape, Thea 2, The Shattering, Thea the Awakening. Both these are like cool Ukrainian studio games. Throne and Liberty, Tiny Glade, which I just load it up with my daughter when she's over sometimes, like make a little village. Toilet Chronicles, I've never played that, but someone gifted it to me. And Tomb Raider, the good one. There you go. There's no goon library. Can I gift you a hand simulator rendezvous? I don't even know what that means. I feel like it's, I don't, Why is it not working? I have done everything to make the text-to-speech work, and it still doesn't work. Peacecraft, it's Gay Pride Month, so here's $3 for my favorite gay boy. Studies show that it's harder to be gay, and that being gay makes you hard. So have these $3 to buy more dating femboy simulators on Steam. Keep your head up, gay buddy. Appreciate the $3. I like that. Thank you, Peacecraft. That being said, Peacecraft, I've never met a human being with more energy closely aligned to Milo Yiannopoulos in my entire life than you. If anybody here's gay, it's definitely you. You're the sassiest man I know. Racist, intelligent, but boy, are you sassy. Can we get a better to viewer to like ratio? It's 39 to 37. We're doing numbers, boys. We're doing great. What I need is money. At this point, super chats is where I'm at, boys. Super chats and memberships. But yeah, we're just shooting the shit, and then here in a little bit we will we'll hang out with Crown. Well, since we're in a sassy mood, here's some sassy here's some sassy racism that I appreciate. Why did this get so loud all of a sudden? Music got way too loud. Yo, 19 months. Let's go, Shadow Warden. All right, here's some sassy racism that you love to see.
Come in here and pay me, and then you can come in here and pay me, and then you can talk to us all kind of way you want to, bro. The fuck?
I can talk to you however the hell I
No,
want
you
to.
cannot.
Go back to your damn country if you want to act like that.
Back to the. You just told me to go back to my country?
Yes, I did say that.
Bitch, I saw your fucking EBT card in there. Guess who?
So what?
Guess who paid for that motherfucking
So
shit?
what?
I did.
Oh well.
Bitch, you know how?
Bitch, how do you want me to feed my kids? I'm fat.
Oh my fucking god, bro, you got me fucked up, bro.
Yeah, you got me fucked
I
up.
pay
Bitches
taxes
like to eat.
for your fucking food.
Yeah, bitches like to eat and my kids like to eat.
I pay taxes for your fucking food, and you told me to go back to my country?
Good. That's what you
Your fucking lazy, big ass bitch. The fuck look like a fucking upside down bowling pin looking ass.
That's because I like to.
You look like my fucking suburban, okay? Fucking potato bill looking ass head. Get the fuck out of here.
I love how he somehow has an extremely black accent and an extremely Asian accent. And also, dude is 100% an honorary white. As a white, we induct you into into the racial draft. I want this guy.
Come in here and pay me, and then you can talk to us all kind of way you want to, bro.
I just want to play it again. It's my favorite video.
Back to your damn country if you want to act like that.
Back to the. You just told me to go back to my country.
Yes, I did say that.
Bitch, I saw your fucking EBT card in there. Guess who?
So what?
Guess who paid for that motherfucking shit? I did. Bitch, you know how.
One of us. One of us.
Oh
One
my
of
fucking
us.
God, bro, you got me fucked up, bro.
Yeah, you got me.
I
fucked
pay
up.
taxes
Bitches like to eat.
for your fucking food.
Yeah, bitches like to eat, and my kids like to eat.
I pay taxes for your fucking food, and you told me to go back to my country.
Good. That's what you
Your
need to
fucking
do.
lazy big ass bitch.
Lazy big ass. And he was trying to think of another word and just went back to bitch.
Lazy big ass bitch. The fuck look like a fucking upside down bowling pin looking ass.
That's because I like to.
You look like my fucking suburban, okay?
You look like my suburban, okay?
Potato bill looking ass head. Get the fuck out of here.
Potato built looking ass. And I love too that he very clearly learned English working in the ghetto, right? Like it's very obvious that he didn't learn English, you know, like in a school in China or Korea or wherever the fuck it was, right? Like he clearly learned English from black people in the shop, you know, that he ran coming to America, and I love it. He stopped himself from saying the gamer word, maybe. Your 60-year-old Korean barber is just like this? Hell yeah, dude. He looks and sounds very black fatigued. Dude, he's in the heart of it. I can tell. He's living like somewhere deep in the culture. You call me racist, but if I could snap my fingers and exchange all foundational black Americans back to Africa and replace them one-to-one with Japanese and Koreans, I would. Race has nothing to do with it. I feel like I can't imagine in what way I could interpret that as not racist. like what? I mean, like, huh? I don't work in this country for 50 years for crackheads to be outside my barbershop. The police don't do shit. My base barbering career. Hell yeah, dude. Oh no, what did you say, Diego David? Oh yeah, you can't type in the capital N or lowercase n in this chat by itself. FBA, or Foundational Black American, is the means by which African Americans or blacks or whatever you want to call them here in America differentiate themselves from like African migrants, right? So like Ethiopians and Somalians are not FBA. Right, they're talking about blacks that have, came over, West Africans that came over with the slave trade and then interbred and intermarried, here in America and are essentially American, but, they're black Americans. As opposed to like, Ethiopians. Like, you meet an Ethiopian, right? Ethiopians do not look like blacks in America. Why? Well, they're not West Africans. And also, they're completely African, as opposed to like, 8% white or 10% white with like, some other, Latino heritage, right? Like black Americans are all light skinned compared to Africans, unless they're, North Africans, because they're mixed with whites. Their IQ tends to be a little bit higher, and they tend to have a completely different culture. You see some Ethiopians, they come over here, they're kind of dumb, but also they're incredibly hard workers, and they drop the hard R more than anybody else, and those people will be like, they fucking hate blacks. African Americans are also mixed with different types of Africans. Yeah, if your family has been in America for generations and generations, you're fucking mixed race. Like you're like, unless you're inbred, you're like 10 different types of white, maybe with a little bit of black in you, maybe with a little bit of Hispanic or something in you. That's just like Americans are just like that. You can be as brown as you want, provided your country is above 110 median IQ measurement. Wakandans are welcome. Yeah, I was about to say, dude, there's no country with a 110 IQ measurement median. Like even Han Chinese is like 104, right? So like your typical South Korean, East Asian Chinese, on like, you know, city dwelling on the eastern seaboard, Japanese, like we're talking like 104. Now, if we're talking about visual spatial IQ, right, breaking it down that way, I think the median is like 110 for Han Chinese. Whereas like it's kind of the other way around for Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews, they're like 104, 105. Some put them at 102. It just depends on the study. But their verbal reasoning skills are the highest of any ethnic group. Unless you're Jewish, my grandmother's 99.98% Ashkenazi Jew. Yeah, inbred. If you're 99.98, if you're above, like, I think it's like 97% of like genetic markers from like that are identified with a specific ethnic cline, then like the probability that your family is inbred is like goes like close to 100%. Anybody that is like above 95, like if you're like, oh, I'm 95% Anglo-Saxon, you're probably somewhat inbred. Because it's very difficult especially in America, to maintain that unless you're keeping it in the family. The Book Curse of the High IQ. I don't know that I've heard that one. Conan O'Brien is 100% Irish. Yeah, if you're 100% Irish, you're inbred. You think Ethan Klein was above 97% Ashkenazi, so that checks out? I got 70% Ashkenazi, 25% North African Jew, I guess. No, that you're not inbred. I mean, you could be, like, on whichever side you got the 70% from, but, like, yeah. How rare is that in the U.S.? We're talking about somewhere in, like, your ancestry. So, like, it's actually pretty common. It's not everybody, obviously, but it's not that rare that like somewhere in your ancestry there was inbreeding. But I'm just saying if you're 97% plus, like your mom's inbred, your dad's inbred in their ancestry, etc. Are second cousins inbreeding for you? I think the technical term for inbreeding is like third cousins. Like, I know fifth cousin isn't. For humans, no, so it's second cousins. So for humans, second cousins or closer unions are technically inbreeding. So third cousins would be the cutoff for, like, enough diversity to where it doesn't cause, like, statistically relevant increases in developmental disorders and things associated with inbreeding. This is some crazy race lore. You want to see some really crazy race lore? What percentage of Pakistani in the UK are inbred? So I wonder if Google will give the right answer. Overall consanguinity rates. The Born in Bradford study, which tracked nearly 11,400 babies between 2007 and 2011, found that approximately 60% of mothers of Pakistani heritage were blood relatives of their baby's father. Within that same study, 37% of babies of Pakistani origin had parents who were first cousins. Other sources have cited estimates up to 55% for first cousin marriages specifically. The majority of Pakistani Muslims in the UK are inbred, which lowers IQ and increases crime rate and instances of violent behavior, and increases high risk behavior. So literally a part of the problem with like the UK Muslim population is they're so bad at integrating them that a significant majority of the Muslims that they have in these small UK towns are inbred, inferior humans that are extra violent and lowered IQ from being developmentally fucked from the inbreeding. Because in Islam, it's perfectly fine to marry your first cousin because Muhammad did it, so no amount of science can tell you that's wrong. They tend towards arranged marriages, especially Pakistanis, and you're in small insular communities as opposed to in a larger country, so it's harder to find a mate. So it's the rates of consanguinity, it's so hard for me to say, is higher in the UK than it would be in Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, like, it is more accurate to call Pakistanis in the UK cousin fuckers than it is to call them goat fuckers. Like, goat fuckers would actually be an inaccurate racism, right? Cousin fuckers would just be a description of reality. Yeah, Trump glazing fucking Mom Donnie is just, we have a lot of the same ideas. He's a socialist. He's the most socialist president of my lifetime. And everyone says I'm crazy when I say that Donald Trump is the most socialist president of my lifetime, but he's literally glazing communists and doing everything he can to attack Rand Paul and Thomas Massie for wanting to get the Epstein files out of there and not voting for spending increases. I need to see listen, I don't hate Andrew Wilson. I don't. Andrew Wilson and I are cool. We met up in Nashville. He's got great energy. His wife, a lot hotter than I thought she was. One of the few people I've met that's prettier in person than on camera. Like, on camera, his wife does not look very good. In person, she looks great. Just throwing that out there. That being said, great. I have a lot of disagreements with his political philosophy. I have a lot of disagreements with maybe the way that he does debating. But we're still cool. I'm cool with Andrew Wilson. I'm not going to like sit here and talk shit and burn that bridge on him. But I don't watch a lot of other people's debates unless I do it for the stream. 'Cause man, I do the whole online politics and debating shit enough when I'm off camera. I don't want to do more of it. You know what I mean? Like last night I streamed for like 7.5 hours. You think I got off and then I was like, let me watch some debates online. No, I fucking made myself dinner and fucking watched some Kill Tony and then passed out. So it's just like, I don't watch a lot of online debates. I'll see clips on Twitter or whatever, and then I might watch it for if it's something that like stream is interested in me reacting to, then I'll watch it. What do I dislike about Wilson's debating? I think Wilson is more interested in subversion and kind of like undercutting the conversation than he is getting anywhere towards any like meaningful truth, right? Like when he goes to debate, he goes to win the debate, and his tactic to win the debate is to show the logical inconsistency of like dumb lefties, which is like 90% of what he's debating, right? He's not trying to have like a conversation. He's not trying to like actually put forward a positive position, because if he puts forward, he'll bite a bullet every now and then when forced to. But he doesn't. He never has like an intro statement that says, "Here's my vision for the world. Here's why I think these things are logically consistent. Here's my epistemic foundations. Here's here's how I ground the things that I believe," because he doesn't put forward any of that. Because all of those things he sees as something that can be subverted by the leftists. So all he does is just attack and subvert the logic of the left, which I kind of agree with, and he's good at, and I don't necessarily begrudge him, but it's just like, it's not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a way to win debates, not a way to like proselytize or put forward a positive vision. It's his debate style. It's just not my debate style. It's like, I don't like it. I don't think it makes him like a horrible person or anything. It's just like, it's just not for me. I like him as a person. I've never had any issues with him as a person. Like, say what you want about Andrew Wilson, okay? Say what you want about his debate tactics. When I got my Twitter account fucked up, he was like DMing people and got me an email, from someone behind the scenes. They didn't get my Twitter account back, but he got me in contact with people, right? He's gotten me like when one of his editors put like a fucked up clip of me, and like he DM'd me and was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry. That was a fucked up clip of you. I got it taken down. This won't happen again." Anytime I've ever debated, and then on top of that, like when I saw like some of the Raging Tomato shit going down, I was like, what the fuck is this about? And then I learned more details. I was like, okay, I get it. You gave this person a lot of chances and then they kind of backstabbed you. I didn't know about all that shit. Like, I've never had any dealings with him where he wasn't honest and helpful and like a good person behind the scenes. And like, I've known him since he was smaller, you know what I mean? Like he's always been legit behind the scenes. So that's what I'll say about Andrew Wilson. I don't like his debate tactics and I don't like his political philosophy, but I think he's one of the few people that I've yet to see any proof that he's actually a bad person. And in this business, almost everybody is a fucking bad person in this business. Almost everybody is like a fucking manipulative narcissist, taking money in checks from fucked up people. And I haven't heard any of that about Andrew. Every time I hear anything about Andrew where they're like, ooh, I have the receipts that he's bad, it's like he's a fucking stepdad. Oh no. Cool, bot. Way to enter the conversation, bot. All right, it's 7:04. Superboy boys, you're in the chat, but you're not in the stream waiting room. So if you want to do this presentation, hop in the live stream waiting room. Unless you want me to do a StreamYards. I can do a StreamYards if you want. Do you want me to do StreamYards or do you want to do Discord? Either one's fine by me. StreamYards might be a little better for doing a presentation. Okay, well, I'll do Discord. Doesn't matter to me either way. I've never used StreamYards. Nah, hold on. Nah, let's do StreamYards. I'm just gonna send you a fucking link. It's that simple. Hey, StreamYards, why are you fucking... StreamYard has reached Mars? Fuck off. It's literally, I'm just going to send you a link, and then you use the link. Only because it's easier to do a presentation with StreamYards. Like a lot easier. And then on top of that, if I do Discord, I have to like cut on OBS virtual cam to like do my to not have a green screen behind me. So yeah. Video capture device. Yeah, apparently I have a bot. Okay, apparently StreamYard's now just defaults to being muted. So fucking weird. All right, give me just 1 second, boys. Center. Oh, I didn't know you were going to go on camera. That's cool. Give me 1 second. Switch some things over. All right.
Hello.
Oh my God, Nick, you are so baby-faced. I had no idea. Look at this baby-faced gentleman, boys. Let me get super chats. Come on, you guys still haven't paid me any money today. Give me some money, just because we got this beautiful baby face on screen. What is up, Nick?
What's up? Nothing much. I'm just figuring out StreamYards for the first time. Seeing how I can share.
Wait, what time is it where you're at? I never know with fucking Australians because your like time zones are radically different depending on what coast you're on.
It's 11 in the morning, so yeah. I mean, no, it's only 2 hours. So like Western Australia, it's 9 in the morning right now.
Okay, yeah, but it's 7 o'clock at night here. I think that's really the way. Yo, what the fuck? We were at 50 views and we went down to 36. Guys, you don't want to see this fucking presentation? You don't want to give me money and you don't want to see this presentation? Fuck you guys. I reviewed the presentation. I didn't read it all, but it looked like it's probably going to be good. Okay? So, what the fuck? The bots left? That might be it, actually.
The present button. Let's see. Google Slides?
Yeah, it's like it like wants to do like Google's like integrated thing.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see how the Google integration actually looks. Because I had presenter mode set up. I was gonna just stream the window, but let's see how it does with StreamYard. Oh crap! I forgot to give it the check mark.
It should work. All right, guys. So this is Crown. Crown, we've spoken a few times, but it's been a while. All I remembered was that you were Australian. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That is true. I lived in Australia. I'm not ethnically English, so I get to escape fuck England.
I mean, are you not ethnically? I mean, you're genetically.
No, I'm a Serb. I was born in.
Oh, okay. So you're not descended from the prison colonists.
No. I was sent here as a recent initiative for the prison colony to export war criminals from Europe.
There you go.
So I am a prison colonist. I'm not a 18th century prison colonist, unfortunately. Or I mean, as an alternative, I don't know.
Before we get started with the presentation, all right, tell everybody who you are, and where they can find you, and what you're about.
Yeah, I'm Nick. I can be found if you look up. I have a very weird internet handle. I don't really have like a presence in libertarian content creation, but I'm 5crownick007 most places. You can call me Nick. And basically, I've been a friend of Zulu since before like he really started his channel. And in terms of what I do, I'm currently studying software engineering, but libertarian philosophy, not just libertarian philosophy, but philosophy in general has interested me for a while. And that has led me
There's
to...
a big Venn diagram. There's a big Venn diagram of autism, software engineering, and libertarian philosophy. As like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, so when you said, you're on a libertarian channel, we could have guessed you were studying software engineering.
Yeah. So what else that said? I have a section at the end which has like links to my X profile and my YouTube account, but I don't post like libertarian content on those. So if you're going to my X account and you're expecting me to post more like, this is the latest libertarian outrage, like I don't do that. I post artwork. I post illustrations for the most part. And I might talk about that later.
Someone said studying software engineering in 2025, rip.
Well, here's the thing. So before I was studying software engineering, I was actually trying to do an electrician apprenticeship in 2023, like electrical construction, and I was doing quite well. Like when I spoke to my like superiors, they said that I was like the best first year apprentice they'd ever seen. But the thing is, I did very well in high school in like software class. Like we had a software elective, and I did that, and I did very well. And I've always just had I liked writing computer programs, and I figured if I could earn a salary, like the equivalent salary as a software engineer or as an electrician, which one would I take? Well, with the electrician, I have to work like really, really hard. I have to do a lot of physical labor. I have to encounter significant like physical hazards. And I also just looked at...
This is the most autistic way to make this decision. I made a pros and cons list between the two career fields. And, on one, it was like, well, significant work hazards. And then I went in and did a safety report and determined that I had a 12% increase in my insurance premiums.
Well, okay, let me explain this in the way I explain it to normal people. As an electrician, I have to wake up at 4 a.m. to get on site at 6 a.m. and then work until 5 p.m. And I have to breathe in concrete dust. Whereas as a software engineer, I can work in my underwear. And
hold on, pause. For all of you blue-collar workers out there, okay, don't listen to the old Gen X retards at your construction site when they're like, you don't need a mask. Silicosis fucking kills people. All right?
Oh, yeah.
If you're working in concrete or you're working around people that are working in concrete, wear your fucking respirator, okay? I know it's sweaty. I know it sucks. But when the people that you worked with are dying from like mesothelioma and silicosis and shit because they've been breathing in concrete dust for 20 years, all right? You're going to be happy that you're not dead. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I mean, at every opportunity, I wore safety equipment as it was possible, like particularly earplugs. Most people they just do not wear earplugs, and that's because, well, when you're on a construction site, you want to hear other people, giving you instructions, obviously. But I had the earplugs in, I could still hear people. Like sometimes I'd have to ask people to repeat themselves, and they would get annoyed. They're like, "Stop wearing the fucking earplugs, dumbass!" Right? You're not going to hear me, right? But I'm pretty sure I already have hearing loss. I want to go to get a hearing test soon enough to like find out how bad it is, but I didn't want to get more hearing loss, right? So, you only get so much hearing.
As someone that grew up listening to metal and playing in bands and then joined the army, I feel you, brother. I have some pretty bad hearing loss.
Yeah.
But
so
he's got socials at the end. I skimmed through this. I thought it was an interesting take, especially when applied to certain things like bordertarian situations. Also, you're still in the Discord, so if you want to save your CPU, you might want to get out of the Discord.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we'll get this party started. So, boys, like, share, subscribe. Let me put in the Discord what we're doing. And if you have questions, especially during a presentation, super chats. Super chats are a good way to make, because I'm not interrupting the presentation because of your comments randomly. But if you're paying me money, like, I'm definitely doing it. So let's get this party started.
Yeah, so here we have what I call arrow of regression theory, and this is an Austrian libertarian theory for evaluating policy arguments, which is basically meaning we're taking the Austrian economic analysis and the libertarian ethical framework. So everyone should know what that is. The background is Mises made this argument with regards to interventionism, that there is no middle road between capitalism and socialism. And I think most of us, if we've seen like Foundation of Economic Education before, this sort of argument has been familiar with us, that if you make one intervention, then you're going to create distortions in the market, right? You're going to interfere with market processes. And because what market processes are doing is they're solving problems, if you interfere with them, you're going to create new problems. And since you've already accepted that government can solve problems, now you have created a new justification for subsequent interventions, right? And
so for the normies, because there are normies that hop in and out of here, like social conservatives that haven't read any fucking Mises or Rothbard or anything. So for the normies, most people call these unintended consequences, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like you do something, and every time the government does any intervention in the market, there's some unintended consequence, be it taking money from one section of the economy and causing inflation, be it, my favorite example of an unintended consequence, right, is in 2018 they determined that there was people with sesame seed allergies. Right? The FDA was like, there's sesame seed allergies are a thing, just like peanut allergies. And it wasn't classified as one of the things as an allergen. And so before this, what was happening is there was a little warning on the bottom of things that said made in the same factory that has sesame seeds. And that was fine. And then what ended up happening is they said, well, we need to classify it as a full allergen. So that way, if you make something, it can't and it doesn't have sesame seeds as an ingredient, and there's sesame seeds in it, and somebody could die from that, then you're going to get millions. You're going to get millions of fines and all these things. So what all of these factories did is, instead of producing products and then saying, made in the same factory with sesame seeds, they added sesame seeds to products that didn't need sesame seeds. They added sesame seeds as an ingredient to like everything. And the reason is because sesame seeds are really small. And so sometimes you might accidentally get sesame seeds in something. And so there was plenty of people that have an allergy to sesame seeds, but they were perfect. It wasn't so severe that if they got one sesame seed, they would die. So they would just not buy shit that didn't have sesame seeds in it. And then they're like, maybe I get one sesame seed and I'm like, oh, fuck, my throat's closing up a little bit. Like, there must have been a sesame seed in that. That sucks. And now tons and tons of products, Poval apparently is one of these people, tons and tons of products they can no longer consume because they intentionally put sesame seeds in them. So that way they don't have to worry about the legal ramifications and problems of there accidentally being one sesame seed. So the government created a law to protect people with sesame seed allergies. And now
the rigorous process of making sure I don't have sesame seeds, I'm just going to add sesame seeds and tell you that I have added them. So now I don't have to tell you, now I don't have to inspect every single thing for 0 sesame seeds. I can say for sure that I've definitely put a spoonful of sesame seeds in there. So you can't have it.
Yes. And so now people with sesame seed allergies basically can't get any processed food of anything that deals with oats or grains or sweet treats or anything that is a sweet and salty or anything like that. It's going to have sesame seeds in it now. So that's kind of
purely autistic. Maybe that isn't an unintended consequence. Maybe the government is secretly running a eugenics program to get rid of people with sesame seed allergies. You never know.
But yeah, so that's kind of just an example of where the government steps in to do something, and then very, very often, because it's not a market mechanism, because it's like this sweeping change of the state, it causes all kinds of other problems, even if they had like a presumably good intention to the market regulation or whatever, is that it by its nature, it causes all kinds of problems.
Yeah, so for the most basic example here, in the book A Critique of Interventionism, Mises goes through all the different kinds of interventions, and he kind of makes a specific distinction between socialism and interventionism, even though he claims that eventually there's no middle road. The idea is that interventionism is when government is not taking a direct control of the property, they are limiting the available actions for property owners, right? That is what interventionism is, right? But the contention is that what motivates, well, actually, I'll get into that later, but here's the quote he gives regarding price controls, or the conclusion he reaches, where if you institute a price control, you're going to create either a shortage or a surplus, depending on if the price is a price floor or a price ceiling that is below or above the market price, what the actual equilibrium price. Let's say I set the price ceiling for oil at $1 trillion per milliliter. That's not going to affect the oil market. But let's say I set a price control that actually does.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Price floor for the normies is the price is not allowed to go lower. So minimum wage is a price floor. Price ceiling is the price isn't allowed to go over a certain point. So rent control apartments would be a price ceiling. Continue.
Yeah, indeed. So by introducing
and again, I'm sorry for all the interruptions and stuff, but I do have to sometimes translate for the normies.
No worries.
I love you,
no
Crown. But
there's only 12 slides.
I know.
There's only 12 slides, so we can spend 10 minutes on the slide. It'll take us 2 hours. That's fine.
Yo, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I do.
But actually, minimum wage is a good example of this. So, for instance, because there's a minimum wage, you can say that, and the minimum wage is above like what some people would be willing to work for. Like here in Australia, you must know the casual minimum wage is now $31 an hour, which is like 15 or like 17 USD in New South Wales. That's where I live. And for a while, I was looking for a job for like 6 months. I couldn't get one because like I wasn't trying to get like a super hard working job. I wanted to just do some casual work on the side, make a bit of money. I live with my dad. You know, I am a baby. I'm a literal child, so I don't need to like pay rent. I mean, I used to pay rent when I was an electrician, but the point is like I just wanted to get a little bit of cash. I didn't want to like get something, because one of the consequences of increasing the minimum wage is that a entry-level position, a boss might have to increase the responsibilities of that position in order to make it worth it to pay someone $31 an hour. So like, let's say you could pay someone, $6 an hour to do some really lazy cleaning, right? And part of the value of that job is that it's really lazy. Like I can take my time cleaning this at $6 an hour. But if I'm getting paid $31 an hour, you better get that shit done right away with no mistakes and like primo, right? Like that's the value of your labor has to increase for you to be worth $31 an hour. And okay, that's a bit of a tangent, but in terms of another distortion, right? Because there's involuntary unemployment, you create a new problem, right? Now that there's people who can't find a job, you've got people who can't get an income, and this is clearly a new distortion, and you can start justifying a further intervention. Like you can say, well, now we need to tax people to give these people money because they can't find work, right? That's the most basic.
The unemployment rate goes up, therefore the amount of welfare that is being utilized goes up, and there's less economic productivity because less people are working. And the combination of more people on welfare and less economic productivity, of course, leads one to the irrational conclusion, but within the mind of the state is, well, we need to tax more in order to deal with the lowered economic productivity, because if there's less currency exchanging hands, less transactions occurring, then there's less things being taxed, and therefore tax revenue is going down. And if less people are working, there's less tax revenue from them, and then there's more taxes going towards the welfare. So of course we need to, tax the rich, and then we'll be able to solve this problem. But it's a problem created by the state.
If we want to limit our interventions to only price controls, so let's say we price control labor, we put a price floor, and then we realize now there's involuntary unemployment. Well, why is it unproductive? Why is it impossible for these manufacturers to employ these people? They're not enough labor productive, right? But if we put price controls on the other factors of production that these manufacturers are using, they will have more excess capital in order to be able to pay for more workers. And so what we can do is we can put a price ceiling on all the other things that the manufacturers are buying, and then they'll be able to afford more laborers, right? But then obviously that propagates backwards to these things that you've now put a price ceiling on. Now they've got a shortage. And why do they have a shortage? Well, they can't produce enough to meet that like lowered price. So now I've introduced price controls further up into the chain, and on and on and on until you have price controls on everything. And eventually you're directly controlling all prices and exchange. And that is, you've reached socialism, right? Now, this version of the argument that I've presented here, it's slightly more primitive. Like it's relatively primitive to state it this way. And if you don't state it the right way, you can fall into the slippery slope fallacy. And so to examine this notion more fully, we can try to expand this argument further. And that's what I've done on the next slide here. So here we have a wall of text. Oh, that's the wrong.
Before we get to the wall of text, tell me why you named it the regression arrow theory.
So the reason it's called the arrow of regression is, but by regression, what we mean is that there is by the repeated application of the initial principle, right? So you recursively apply the initial principle. So that's what it means to have like an infinite regress in epistemology. Is like when you ask a question, if you just keep asking that same question nonstop, you are regressing until you reach, well, either you reach nothing because it just goes on forever, or you reach the bottom, right? And that is what you mean. That's what's meant by regression here. It's like the recursive application of the initial principle.
Yeah, I just wanted to frame it by being like, this is why it's called that. Now that we know why it's called that, maybe it's better to go through the wall of text.
Yeah, the next slide will talk about the arrow of regression. But yeah, so let me get onto this wall of text here. So we can take this argument, and if we rigorously define the terms and carefully state what causes what, we can we can autistically say this is like the analytic position, right? And so like first we need to ask, why does government intervention happen in the first place, right? Like in the previous argument, we said that if you intervene, then you'll create new problems. But like we haven't established what causes interventions, right? It's because the philosophy motivating people's actions would have to contain the idea that government is fit for solving problems, right? Like if I believed, for instance, that government can't solve problems, I know, wild, then I wouldn't use government to solve a problem. Like it's like, apply this to a different case. Like if I believed that a book can't carry me to university, like I can't ride my book to work or to university, then I'm not going to get on the book and go to work, right? It's that same form. Like if I didn't believe that, then I wouldn't do it. If I did believe it, then I would do it. So why does government intervention
or I would say, or you may do it.
Yeah.
If you believed a book could get you to school, that doesn't necessarily mean that you wouldn't ride the school bus.
That is true. Like if I believe there are alternatives, then I might, select from alternatives. I can elaborate further on why that isn't the case when we come to government.
Right. I want to be clear, right? Like, cause that's kind of the conservative position, right? The liberal position is that government done right solves problems. The conservative position is that government done right solves problems, but often government is done wrong, and there may be other solutions that we can explore in the market, or that we may do a mixed market solution where the government is done right by doing least, without recognizing the contradiction there that least means none, right?
Exactly, yeah. Now, I've been using the term problem for a little bit here, and of course, because we're being very autistic Austrians, we have to very specifically define what a problem is, right? And so a problem is a specific scarcity which impedes the acquisition of values. So for example, let's say that I have the problem of hunger. That can be reduced to understanding that I value food, but I don't have it, right? There's a scarcity of food which would satisfy my value of, being nutriated. And this can be understood as being equivalent to what Mises describes as uneasiness, right? And because, there was always going to be scarcity, we can say that there's always going to be problems, right? And so that addresses why in the initial condition, like let's say that there has been no government up until now, and then everyone gets the idea that we can use government to solve problems. There are problems that government can try to go out and solve. Like, I don't have food, right? So we can use government to do that. And I can elaborate further on what it means to use government to solve a problem later. Now, if we try to use the government to solve a problem, we know that this process is going to interfere with market mechanisms. And I already described this earlier, that if you interfere with these mechanisms, they're not going to function properly, and they're already solving other problems. And when you interfere with them, these problems return, or you create new problems, right? And since the government has already been established that it is fit for solving problems, the government will be set about to solving these new problems as well. And so by regression, each subsequent intervention as a solution to the previous problem will generate new problems, which will get solved by government until the government directly manages the entire economy, which is socialism.
Right. And the simplified term for the non-Austrians, right? Especially for some of you guys that are just getting into libertarian theory. You're not going to learn libertarian theory by reading this book. But if you have no basis in econ and you're not trying to read Mises or even Hoppe, right? Or, Robert Quick, or, some of these people that are kind of difficult to read if you don't have a basis in econ, right? In Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, right, his kind of summation of everything that was said here, and it is an oversimplification, but maybe it helps people kind of grasp what we're talking about, is that that government doesn't solve problems. What he says is that everything that the government does is a trade-off, right? It's you gain and you lose something. If you want to spend $10 billion to get rid of lead in the water pipes, you will get rid of lead in the water pipes. Maybe you end up, maybe the initial cost is quoted at 10 billion and it turns out to be 15 billion. Maybe the project gets canceled, but assuming the project goes through, the government spends the money, you'll get rid of the lead in the water pipes. And then the socialist goes, see, government worked. It got rid of the lead in the water pipes, and this is a good thing. But you have to recognize is that there was a cost. There was a trade-off. And the trade-off was, well, the money that was taken to spend on this project, that money would have been used somewhere else in the market. Somebody somewhere lost their job. Somebody somewhere didn't get a promotion. Some business canned a project because they decided that project is no longer profitable, and so some solution to some market desire is no longer available on the market, or is in the future is not available on the market because it's not a profitable venture because they got taxed more money, so they had to cut those things that were productive. Or, the workers that were tasked with making this couldn't build homes, and now homes are more expensive because construction workers were taken out of building homes and were instead, forced to retrofit plumbing in an entire city. All of these things are this, what he talks about and this is Chicago school, which is kind of like a libertarian light, we'll say, school of economics, right? This is David, this is Friedman. Milton Friedman.
Right. So what
I
would say,
it's a trade-off is kind of his simplified version of this.
Yeah. What I would say, two things. In terms of introductory texts to economics, I really like How to Think About the Economy by Per Bylund. It's half the length of what's it called? Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt, right? It's half that length, and it's basically like it's just an Austrian economics primer. Like there's absolutely no fat in there, and that's what I like about it. It's pure content. But like I actually don't really like Human Action because, and I know that's heretical to say, but because Mises just kind of goes on endless rants about like effective like other things. Like
and I know I 100% agree. Reading Mises is like, it's like the economics version of reading 17th century philosophy, where it's like almost another language. And it's like, and then he's referencing shit. He'll go on a rant and then he's referencing shit that you've never read, because he's assuming the reader has read like every major economic text in the last 200 years.
You have to be a Renaissance man to understand.
Yeah, it's like I never tell people to start with Mises. Mises is like the last fucking book to read in your journey, right?
Action is extremely hardcore.
I tell people, read Hazlitt, read Robert Quick, read Hoppe's The Theory of Socialism and Capitalism. Like all of these things, read them first and then read Mises.
Yeah. And the second point on government, I'll elaborate on this later, but you have to understand, different from the Thomas Sowell argument, the essential mark of government activity is that it is aggressive, right? It is a rearrangement of existing factors rather than a production of new factors or something like that. And so I have a further like explanation of this later, but given that fact, you can then necessarily say that government cannot actually solve problems in the sense that government cannot affect scarcity, right? And when I say scarcity is not just that like there is a limited number of material factors in the universe. When I take some factor out of nature and I apply it to some end, I have reduced the scarcity of something, right? Like let's say I need sticks, right? And I collect a stick. Now sticks are less scarce for me, right? I have one more stick than I used to because it is actually in the domain of my action, in the domain of my control. Government can't actually do that. Government does not actually take factors, like it does not take factors from nature, like the essential mark of government. Like you could say, you could label, these are my government loggers, right? They belong to the government and they go logging, right? But the essential mark of their activity is not government. They're not like, if you removed, government from existing from their scenario, there could still be loggers, right? But there wouldn't be, a police force that, is allowing them to, let's say, confiscate this forest from someone who owned it in the first place, right? So the essential mark of their activity is not, logging, it's theft, it's predation, right? And so I can talk about that later. But point is like, there is no productive element in government behavior. And so that's why government necessarily cannot solve problems. But anyway, this is why I like Chicago school, even though I am Austrian. It's because it is easier to explain certain things to people, right? Which is again, this is another Thomas Sowell thing, right? Every time the government spends money, every time the government does any intervention or pays quote unquote the loggers, right? It is necessarily taking scarce resources from its most valued ends to lesser valued ends,
or from its
Exactly.
most valued means towards lesser value means, right? Like
Exactly.
I would have spent that money on something I valued, but the government took it, and by its very nature, if the government would not need every dollar that the government spends is less valued than what the market would have spent it on. Otherwise, the market would have spent it. There would have been no need for the government to interfere because the market would already be doing this thing.
And beyond that, you could propose that, let's suppose that the government has some level of omniscience that you don't have, right? Because it can only be your highest valued end to the extent that you know of values, right? Like you have a limited knowledge. Like let's say that you could get a car for $1, but you don't know about that sale. It's not in your perspective, so you can't actually buy that car.
Information failure.
Yeah, there's a lack of information. And so like there's this theory that like, well, because the government knows more, they can actually take your money and buy that car on your behalf, right? And then you've gained a value, haven't you? But this is not a solution to the problem, right? This is the effect, the essential mark of what the government did there was not that they got you a car. That car was produced by someone else, and your money was produced by you. Like you acquired it. Let's assume you're not a thief, right? Let's assume you're a productive person, assuming. And you could have made that sale on your own. The only thing government did there was initiated a conflict with you. Now, think about the alternative scenario where government, instead of taking your money, let's say we call this organization government, even if it commits no aggressions. What it does is it goes up to your house and knocks on your door and says, "Hey, did you know that there's a $1 car over there? I've heard that you needed a car." And now, what have you done? You've gained the information to go make that purchase. So, like the use of force was not essential in resolving this information failure.
Using your car thing, right? And just using your car analogy, another way to look at this, I would say, is that what the government has done is they have manipulated the market by buying you a car. And part of what they have manipulated in the market is the person that was selling the cheaper car had a failure to properly advertise to people that needed that car. And so they've actually affected price in the market by and favored one business over another business. And what they have done is they have transferred wealth in a kind of like pseudo-fascistic way towards the person that makes cheap cars but doesn't properly advertise the sale of their merchandise versus other people who manufacture cars, but maybe they spend more money on advertising their cars, so you're aware that there is a car salesman there. And what they've done is they have punished the person that produces cars and properly advertises, and they have rewarded the person that produces cars and improperly or insufficiently advertises their product. And so they've fucked with the price mechanism and people's values, even though in your mind you're like, but I didn't know there was a cheaper car available to me. Really, what they've done is they've advantaged one business over the other and supported the failures of that business, and thus made the economy less productive, even not considering the money it costs for, a government worker to do this transaction.
Yeah. And we spent too long on this slide, so I'm quickly going to finish this one.
All right, it's whatever, dude. There's 12 slides. We're on slide 2.
Slide 3. Yeah, so we're gonna make it. We can imagine the inverse of this process, where instead of we believe government solve problems, we can say we understand the government causes problems or displaces problems, like by just rearranging the factors of production, right? Like some problems are solved and some problems are not solved now, right? Like, and then understanding that, we can say that, well, given that we have some problem, first we can analyze, is this problem caused by an intervention? And if it's not, then, well, we just need to do production, right? Like we need to do some kind of capitalistic activity to solve it, entrepreneurism, right? But if it is caused by government, then we can just say, well, let's just stop applying violence, like let's just stop killing people. Like we could just stop, we could just not murder this person, or we can just not steal these sticks, right? And then this problem will go away. And you can note that this argument does not fall into the slippery slope fallacy. Like the claim here is not that one intervention necessarily leads to the next, right? Because if you say that, that's an unjustified leap that doesn't account for human will, or at least you are leaving out the element, like what is the actual cause here? Like it's not that because I instituted one price control that like the mechanism of reality will force my hand into the next page to write a price control on another thing. That's not what happens, right? What happens is that because I have a motivation, right? This motivation for me to write one price control is sufficient for me to write any subsequent intervention into the economy, right? Like that theory of reality is sufficient for all subsequent interventions. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
And
isn't the problem with it? Maybe we're missing something, right? But isn't also the problem that we recognize values as are subjective, and we recognize people's opinions change, right? So it isn't necessarily true that, like, I guess what's baked in is that there is a belief that the government solves problems, right? And so long as that is true, this is the thing. But if we gain more and more socialism, right, and the government causes more and more problems, there is like just a statistical reality that more and more people go, the government doesn't solve problems, right?
Yeah,
So,
that would be your philosophy changing at that point, and then you can see that on the arrow of regression next slide. Like, but as long as the motivation remains in place, like as long as let's say I adhere to Mao Zedong thought, you know, and I block out reality, and I go, you know, I say, you know, the leader's right, the leader knows reality. No matter how many, you know, school teachers are being beaten to death by middle school students, and we're building factories in the mountains away from the Americans where we can't get resources to them to produce, you know, Type 63 rifles. As long as I adhere to Mao Zedong
very
thought,
specific.
as long as I adhere to Mao Zedong thought, and I believe that the party can overcome reality with the power of proletarian might, then I will keep writing price controls. I will keep signing these orders that we're going to move these resources from this location to that location, and so on and so forth, until, you know, I'm directly managing everyone's toilet habits, because, you know, we can't trust you to use your body the correct way, right? That's total socialism, right? And so because of this, we can finally arrive at the arrow of regression, which is basically it's a visual metaphor for understanding this process. You can think of this basically where you put capitalism and socialism at opposite ends of a spectrum, like a line, and you put a slope over this line depending on the philosophy of the day, right? And you put a ball on that slope, and it rolls from one end to the other. And that is, you know, society, that's civilization going from one economic system to the other. The direction of this slope is determined by whether or not you are, you know, interventionism or libertarianism is the motivating philosophy. Now, one might argue that there have been mixed philosophies in the past and present, right? Like, you know, some people believe like, well, we can have the government solve some problems, but not others. The problem with stating this is that it is true. There are people who believe in contradictions, but contradictions cannot actually manifest in reality. So you can't simultaneously act on the principle that government can and cannot solve problems. And there's actually no principled reason for any of these distinctions. Like, so the person who says that government can solve the problem of, you know, policing, but it can't solve the problem of shoe production, right? There's no actually principled reality-based argument that separates these two fields. These are both goods that get produced, right? They might have an argument, but the argument they used for shoe production, when sufficiently interrogated, is also sufficient for the argument for policing, right?
Right.
Or sorry, the argument for policing is for shoe production. You know, well, that's the point. Like, at that point, you have a whim-based, like, if you do
deciding. An infinite regression, you will realize that they're the same arguments.
Well, no, like, let's say that you believe you can do government policing, but you can't do government shoe production, right? These are incompatible. There's a contradiction here at the very root.
No, I mean like the argument in favor of one is the argument in favor of the other, and vice versa. That, like, if you boil them down, you will eventually find a direct contradiction in their thinking.
Yeah, the argument for government police production is sufficient to justify government shoe production, right? Or
and vice versa. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Exactly. And so the point is that at any given time, let's say that you are a small government conservative, right? And you are considering whether the government should have a shoe policy, like a shoe production policy, right? At that given time, you have to decide based on your whims of the moment whether you believe the government is apt for production or is not apt for production, right? And you don't have any principal way to decide except, like, the whims of the moment. Like, And so you might end up going like, you might be sufficiently thoughtful to think, well, government actually is able to produce policing for us, so there's no reason why we shouldn't take over shoe production, right? And then at that point, you are on the arrow of regression towards socialism. And so the point here is that there's no local minimum that's in the middle of this section where you believe enough in capitalism but not enough in socialism that you get stuck in the middle, right? Like at any given time, you either believe that you can't use government to solve a problem or you can use government to solve a problem.
Right. It's kind of like over time, there is a game theory that occurs within the politicians that have political power. And as we run the game over and over again, if a majority or, you know, a sufficient majority or whatever of politicians are in the belief that you know, government solves problems, then we consistently move towards socialism no matter what we're doing, and vice versa.
Yeah.
If the majority of, you know, individuals in government are ANCAPs, right, libertarians, and they believe government cannot solve problems, and they vote to, you know, remove government, you know, from any situation like that. If that position is consistent, right, then we move towards capitalism. And I guess the argument is that when you believe that government can solve some problems and you run this over and over again, you know what I mean? Like I saw a video, for example, not too long ago, of you know, small government conservative Senator Tom Cotton, right? And small government Senator Tom Cotton was grilling Visa and MasterCard for having 50% profits and for having a monopoly, and discussing how monopolies are evil and how they're buying up their competition, and this is anti-capitalism. And I'm just sitting there going, you know, you could just get rid of all of the government protections on banks and things like that make it so that you're giving them a government granted monopoly, right? Like you don't have to say the pro-capitalism thing is to be a trust buster. Like that was called socialism 20 years ago, but now that's actually small government conservatism.
Yeah, well,
is to say we're going to break up, you know, we're going to break up Visa and MasterCard.
What's happening there is a confusion of philosophies, right? Like there's the neoliberal capitalist vision of capitalism includes government intervention, right? Like that's what they call capitalism, right? So they included interventionism into their worldview in the first place, and so they are naturally regressing towards socialism. Whereas like the example I wanted to provide here was, for instance, like the founding fathers, right? The founding fathers had a philosophy that was focused on libertarianism to some extent. Like they didn't have the most rigorous version of the theory, but they considered that like government is unfit for messing in the economy, right? Or government is unfit for messing with people's lives in this way. And so they, like, when they had the opportunity, but the problem is they had adulterations in their theory, right? They had occasions where they were like, well, some of them were like, well, actually we could do central banking, you know, what if we had a Bank of America, right? Or, you know,
most of them were against central banking, by the way.
Exactly, yeah. But the point is that because their theory was inconsistent, depending on the whim of the moment, they would either be libertarian or, you know, interventionist, right? And they would.
Well, I think it's also interesting to note that many of them already saw this contradiction too. They just didn't know how to solve it, right? Madison stated, once Congress understands that it has the power to tax, then the government will become tyrannical. I'm paraphrasing, right? But he was like, once they figure out that the power of taxation allows them to engage in essentially any behavior, then they'll do anything.
Yeah, because like I can just set like a tax, but it's not a monetary tax. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tax direct possessions, right? So I'm just gonna tax all of your possessions, and now they're my direct government property, and now we're at socialism, right? That's just
right.
Like I know that might be
before it was even a thing,
facetious argument, yeah, but
right, like there was no conception of socialism when they came around too. To be fair, right, like not only were they lacking an understanding. Right, but like not only were they lacking a sufficient philosophy of libertarianism, they also didn't understand the enemy, right? Like Marxism didn't exist. Right? I mean, it did in practice, in, you know, state control command control of the economy for the benefit of the people, right? But that was like monarchism.
The economic theory was just insufficiently developed for them to make this argument. So the fundamental point being made here is that you can't pin the ball somewhere on this slope and say, like, actually, we're just going to stop at, the U.S. Constitution. We're going to stop at 1789. Like, that's where we're going to stop. We're not going to do any more socialism from there, because, like, what justifies all of the behavior of the government in that framework, right? Like, it is that the government can solve these problems, right? And so unless you just stop, like, making any policies, if you just stop, like, enter stasis, right? Just stop doing anything, stop performing any actions, and stop analyzing any problems, then you will necessarily, like, if you analyze a new issue and then you have to decide, am I going to use the government to solve this problem, or am I going to use am I going to let the market work on this? Then at that point you have to decide, like, am I going to be an interventionist or a capitalist, right? And the ball is going to go one way or the other, right? So
if you believe the government can solve problems, then in a game theory perspective, right, that is always an option. And if you roll the dice, and even let's say we're rolling a dice, and let's say you're a small-minded conservative that you think the government, should act, as little as possible, then we might look at that dice roll as, we roll the dice, and if we roll a 1, then we use the government. And if we roll a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6, then we let the market decide. But if you roll that dice over and over and over and over and over again, right, then eventually you get more and more and more and more government interventions into the market, because you believe that it's a viable option. And especially when the other party believes 1 through 4 is a government option and 5 and 6 is the market.
Yeah, the die here is it's the whim of the moment. It's like deciding whether the real government works or not. But I actually want to clarify this, where if you believe government can solve problems, with problems being, as stated earlier, like specific scarcities that impede the acquisition of values, then you actually necessarily have to reject the market. And I'll explain why. Because the natural condition is that the government is not doing something, right? The natural condition is that there is nothing happening here, right? And so if you see like there is like a problem and it's unsolved, and then you must necessarily assume that the market isn't solving this problem, right? It's not solved, right? And so you're only remaining
the market, right? If you see a problem and you believe the government is capable of solving problems, then you assume that you've seen a market externality. You assume that you've seen a contradiction within capitalism. And so, any level of the government can solve problems becomes a socialist worldview that any failure is a failure of the market, and thus the only other viable option is the state.
And I mean, you can see this in practice, like when you, like, the most easy cases with policing, right? Like when you bring up the idea of private policing to someone, they will immediately reject that idea as like impossible, right? There's no way that the market could solve policing. This is in the domain of government, right? Because, well, like they usually don't have an elaboration on that point, because like it's just they've already set that mind to it. But like, suppose that you have an elaboration on the point where, well, if we didn't have the government, then we wouldn't have policing, right? That's the idea. Like, government creates policing. That there isn't a natural process that would create policing on its own, right? And the reason that you couldn't believe that, well, this problem only exists temporarily, but the market will solve it eventually, is that if you classify like government activity as productive and market activity as productive, like that these are both like on the same level, then like what amounts to market activity is just doing nothing, right? Like if you're thinking from this government perspective.
Real quick, Casimir makes a really good point. We keep using the term government and state interchangeably.
Yeah,
he's right.
I will use,
the state.
I will use government interchangeably with state.
Right, but like a corporation is a government, right? Like it's a hierarchical structure with rules.
Yeah.
Established by private property.
For the context of this presentation, in the name of intersubjective communication, interchange government with state at your leisure.
For the remainder of the conversation, I will only use the term state because that's what we're talking.
Very well, very well. Okay. Okay, so I've been on this slide for a while, but I actually haven't said anything. So this is where we actually come to the actual application of this analysis for a libertarian in terms of like, let's say someone comes to you with a policy argument, like we should have a government shoe factory. We should have the government producing shoes for everyone. And that's not to say that we shouldn't, let private shoe production go, just we should have government shoe production, right? When you analyze this particular policy stance, ask yourself whether this stance includes the premise that government is capable of solving problems. If the answer is yes, then applying that principle consistently across all fields is socialism. And therefore, by regression, this is not libertarianism. Obviously, with the shoe factory example, it's extremely obvious. But there are cases where it might not be totally obvious. So, in short, with regards to any argument for any policy, one can ask which way is the arrow pointing, right?
Right. Well, I think a less obvious example, right, just to really like hone this in, maybe, is like when, let's say, some form of drug is killing people, some prescribed drug from Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson or, wherever, right, is killing people. And then the government comes in and says, or the state comes in, right, and says, we need to solve this problem by taking this drug off of the market and banning this drug because this drug is killing people. Now, to most people viewing that, that's going to be the government stopping deaths and pulling something off of the market that is like a failure of cap. But that's not the same thing as the government producing something. Nevertheless, it is a belief that the government is going to solve this by banning this thing instead of the government getting out of the way of protecting pharmaceutical industry from lawsuits and allowing the market to actually solve this problem. Especially, let's say we're talking about a vaccine where like the vaccine injury compensation program, is a specific government program designed to protect the pharmaceutical industry. And then they go, oh, the government's going to ban this vaccine. See, didn't the government solves this problem?
Yeah. So in an economic sense, like you are rearranging the factors of production, and the belief is that you are producing a value here by like rearranging these factors such that they never come to harm someone. Like the value here is that I don't want to die from a vaccine injury, and so it's been rearranged such that is far more remote than otherwise, right? And that the belief there is that the government has solved the problem of vaccine injury, right? But obviously not, because it's still possible, and like there isn't any production going on there. Like it's just a rearrangement. And so this is the essential like analytic element that I came up with. And to illustrate this point, I have selected a completely uncontroversial example from common libertarian discourse. This is bordertarianism.
I switched sides at the right time, apparently, boys.
So this is actually the topic I first came up with. This is the topic which inspired me to come up with this analysis, right? So in the wake of Zulu's celebritarian stream, like he had this like post video.
I switched sides during the premiere of his video without knowing at all that's what was going to happen, or that it was going to be like a phenom. And
so like during that stream, there was some statements to the effect of like, what would it mean to put the military on the border and like do this? Then it would mean like subsequently you would effectively declare martial law, and like everyone on the border has to submit to constant inspections by the government. And like if you just keep extending this out, you're just going to keep getting like more and more tyranny, right? And like I thought about this, like there's effectively an implication here of like border control, that you're just going to have to keep going further and further to successfully implement this, right?
Right.
And so this is where I first came up with the arrow of regression.
I'm listening.
Like,
I'm just going to go to my fridge real quick and grab another drink, but I'm listening.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just yap for a minute here. So Bordertarianism, let's briefly state this for everyone. The Bordertarian identifies a selection of problems that are related to immigrants, right? So we have welfare, democracy, public property, crime. This is not an exhaustive list of things people could complain about. Housing, for instance. But like in each case, notice that each of these problems does strictly adhere to my definition of a problem that I gave earlier. So like with welfare, there's a scarcity of wealth of the productive class. And more welfare benefits that need to be distributed, the greater that scarcity becomes, right? Like that, because you need to allocate more of this resource to something else, and so there's less of it available for other uses, right? In terms of relative scarcity. And in this case of democracy, the scope of democracy reaches the entire economy in theory, like assuming a consistent application of the democratic principle, right? So in this case, all scarce resources are being threatened by democracy, you could say. And in that case, that is an impediment to my acquisition of values.
The Department of Homeland Security recently put out a tweet, right? I feel like it's super important to actually read this tweet in this moment, because let me go to my bookmarks, okay? Because I think it perfectly describes exactly. They put out a tweet. This is the DHS. Okay, the Department of Home, the official government Twitter account for Homeland Security, created under the Bush administration. By the way, people remember this isn't something created, in the 1700s. Rent is too high. Rent is too high. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Groceries cost too much. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in this country. There aren't enough jobs. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in this country. I'm not going to keep repeating, because they keep repeating. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in this in our country, but they blame rent, grocery prices, job market, women not being safe on the street, too much traffic, healthcare costs, welfare spending, the inability to afford a car, and the inability to afford a house, all in one tweet. And they say that deporting illegals is going to solve all of these problems magically.
Yeah, and notice how in each of those cases, each of those are in fact like that. There are problems that are related to immigrants, right? Like there's a scarcity of some good, and that is acting as an impediment to the acquisition of some value, right? So like there's a scarcity of houses, right? And immigrants are in fact, consumers of housing to some extent. And so if you have more immigrants but a limited amount of housing, you can only allocate so much, right? And like there's an impediment to someone else getting housing, right? Like, and that is in fact like, I'll go into this on the next slide, but
I kind of disagree for most of them, to be honest, like, because it's immigrants are also workers that build houses and things like that, right? Like, but yes,
you're thinking about like second order effects, but like in the literal like narrow sense, right? There is a scarcity of houses, and there are many consumers of houses, and so that this constitutes a problem. Now, how we solve this problem, like you're saying that we could just build more houses with these immigrants, right? They can build more houses, right? And that is a solution, like producing additional housing to alleviate this scarcity, right? But the initial case that there is a scarcity, that is the problem being seen here, right? And like public property, that's the same thing as the welfare case. Like public property is maintained at the expense of the productive class. So similar to the welfare case, if the public property is being degraded by additional users, then you have to additionally tax the productive class. And then also you have the case that like public property itself is scarce, and there can be conflicts over its use. And if I want to use the library at the same time as Zulu wants to use it as an obscenity screaming hole,
the public property is by its nature conflict inducing.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that level of analysis yet. But like the point is there is a scarcity in the library, and it can only be used for a certain like set of some actions exclude each other. Right?
20 million people can't rent the same book.
Unfortunately not. Yeah, unless we make it a PDF and we just copy it endlessly. And in terms of crime, obviously your body and property are scarce resources, and conflicts over their use is an impediment to your acquisition of values with them. And now the Bordertarian identifies these problems and states that a solution to these problems is to implement government immigration restriction. That is the specific defining feature of Bordertarianism. It's not that they want private property rights to evict immigrants, right? That is not what a Bordertarian is. I don't want anyone to say like Bordertarianism is private borders, right? Because if you advocate bordertarianism, what you're advocating is the violation of private property rights for people to keep immigrants on their property or to hire them or harbor them, harboring illegals, right? That is the essential mark of bordertarianism. And I want to be clear on that point.
As a not that long ago former bordertarian, I would say that you are definitionally correct. I will also say that is not what they believe. And
of course, yeah.
Right. And I think it is important to recognize, right, that like open borders is a socialist scheme. Now
Yes.
I like the idea that we're going to have people reimburse for their rent for housing criminal illegals, quote unquote criminal from a legal positivist position, right? But that we're going to give them welfare, that we're going to give them access to public property, which the public property is the problem, not their access to it. But nevertheless, that we're going to, use Medicare and Social Security, through the children of these people to, give welfare to these people, is that this is to an extent and the illegality of the ability to discriminate against these people. All of these market interventions are designed, right? They are designed, some of which are carryovers, some of which are new, to import people that would not necessarily be economically feasible here, and to prop them up as a voter base, as a base to be counted on the census, to give left-leaning states additional representation in Congress, etc., as a means of that those are things, right, that they're attempting to deal with. The problem is that the bordertarian thinks that we can balance this in some regard, instead of realizing, which is like I kind of almost instinctively came to the same conclusion as you at presumably at relatively similar times, which is what I was noticing is I was noticing in my head, I was like, this is a ping pong effect, right, where the Republicans are promising to solve this with immigration control, and because they're promising to solve this with immigration control, it allows them to not attack the problem, which is all of the welfare, which is the reimbursements, which is this free cell phone. It allows them to say the government can fix this problem by controlling the tide of immigrants, and therefore, and use the fear of the collapse. And it's like, well, why would a collapse occur? Well, a collapse would occur because of all of these other socialist programs that are integrating third worlders with no economic feasibility into our communities, and we can't discriminate against them, and they are parasites in terms of their net income versus welfare redistribution, whatever.
Yeah, and you can if you on the note of like open borders being a socialist policy, if you identify this like from the leftist perspective, they have a problem. Like the problem is that these people from other countries, they are deprived of like values in general. Like they need food, housing, all these things. They need all of these things, right? And we can solve this problem with the American government by taking these people from where they are and bringing them to the American the country, and then using the government to like hand them values like housing, food, all these things. Just like direct socialism, like directly allocate resources to them, right? But where do these resources come from? They come from the productive class, right? So again, this is if you understand open borders as being importing people rather than just government not molesting people at the border, then that's what.
The one thing I still took from being a bordertarian is I'm refusing to ally myself with the term open borders and just saying private borders, right? And it's just because I don't want to use a term that 99% of people understand as let in as many illegals or et cetera, immigrants as possible, and then give them all of this welfare and let them vote for Democrats, right? I don't want to be associated with that because that's in no way, shape, or form what I'm arguing for. I'm just arguing for one of those pieces, which is, let them come. Don't use ICE to break into a restaurant and strangle a dude and then be like, see, he's got a knife, and the picture clearly shows he doesn't have a knife, and then be like, actually, he's a child molester, and then people are like, that's just another random Mexican in the area, and then be like, actually, he's a bad guy, and we'll figure it out somehow.
And I saw that tweet. I want to pose a question. I actually replied. This is one of my very rare political replies on X. Like if you look at my posts, I never like directly post political stuff. But I very, very occasionally will reply to like Ace or someone, and I replied to that like a quote of that tweet, and I said like, supposing he did have a knife, I thought it was a constitutional right for people to resist like redcoats breaking into their property to like kidnap them. Like I thought we established this 200 years ago. I thought that was but no, apparently not. Like apparently if the redcoats are wearing green and you are not an American person, then we can just like, we can.
Well, they also have to have a face mask, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
So they're covering their face. Like if they have a face, then they're a redcoat. But if they cover their face so that their identity is protected, and they're just one of a collective of the state's goons, then it's actually all good.
Of the people. Oh, okay. And okay, let me get to that's basically it. Let me get to the next slide. So let's analyze bordertarianism with the tool that the arrow of regression theory. So the bordertarian, applying our analysis, we can see that the bordertarian has indeed identified true, like real problems, right? There is a scarcity in all the things I listed, like, but then he stated that the government can solve that problem. And obviously this implies government can solve problems generally. And we also know that enforcement of immigration restrictions will destructively interfere with the market, causing new problems. It's also the case that immigration restriction itself presents a problem to state agents, right? Like, how do I go out and detect, targets for expulsion? I need to acquire media that has information about their locations, and I need to get to those places, and I need to like surround them. And all of this like implies, I need to acquire more material to accomplish this task, right? And that itself,
but like you could just go to a Home Depot. You know what I mean? Like there's so many of them that it's kind of like, you can catch fish with grenades at this point.
Yeah, of course.
Just to be fair, you know what I mean? Like it's I want to be fair to the to Mentis Wave, who's the only bordertarian,
the last standing bordertarian.
He's you know what I mean? Just to him.
Yeah, and so given the idea that government can solve problems, right, and that we have all these new problems, well, we can now apply new government interventions to these problems. So like I can say, because I've deported all these laborers and these businesses are now failing because they have to now pay minimum wage for these whites so they can collect all this cotton, right? Now we have to have the whites collecting the cotton. We can't have the Mexicans, right? Now we have a price. Now that they have to get paid full minimum wage, their product is no longer competitive on the market with overseas manufacturers. So what I'll do is maybe I'll do
a tariff.
A tariff, yeah. Maybe we'll do a tariff, or I'll do a subsidy on these cotton businesses.
An agricultural subsidy, yeah. I mean, of course, we have to protect American jobs.
Yeah, I'll put a price ceiling on like tractors, so all these cotton manufacturers, they can now buy farm machinery cheaper, which means that they can sell their products cheaper, and they can sustain these elevated wages. And in terms of actually producing enforcement, like I touched on this earlier when I described like how I came to this idea in the first place. Like to enforce border controls, Zulu actually covered this in his video, like that immigration restrictions are unlike any other law in like English common law, which is still like not ANCAPism, but like in the sense that immigration restrictions, you are presumed to be like not allowed to do something until you get permission from the throne, right? And so because of that,
immigration restriction is really like one of the few pieces of like Napoleonic law, right? Because like
like civil law basically.
Yeah, right. Like there's two common law practices in Western tradition. There's English common law from the Magna Carta, which is the presumption of English common law is so long as the state doesn't specifically state that you're not allowed to do something, then you're presumed to be allowed to do it. And the Napoleonic tradition, right, like the French common law and things like that, is that if the state hasn't told you that you can't do something, then the presumption is maybe you're not allowed to do it until the state gives you express permission to do it. And so immigration restriction is one of the few things that actually operates in the Western tradition like Napoleonic law as opposed to English common law.
Yeah. In the case of immigration, like this action, like you are by default a criminal until, you know, you get permission to do this action, right? And so that by the nature of that, you now have this problem where everyone can be a subject of investigation, right? Everyone could be a criminal. And so you have this expansive problem of identifying, tracking, apprehending, if
you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't have anything to hide.
Exactly. Yeah. And
right.
You know, a solution to this problem, like if you supposedly have like a court system that, you know, mandates that people have due process, that places even further impediments to the acquisition of your final value, which is removing people from your country, right? And so, well, there's one way of solving that is by removing the impediment, right, for yourself. Like in terms of government, like self-restriction, if you remove your own self-restriction, you are less impeded to solve this problem. So I don't know, it just makes perfect sense that we should just like remove any and all due process, all that stuff that's in my way of getting you out of my way, you know, getting you out of here, removing you from my my public property covenant community. Yeah, and so by regression, the Bordatarian argument here will necessarily lead to socialism. Now, I do want to throw a bone to the Bordatarians in that I'm not saying that you are a socialist if you're a Bordatarian. Like Mentis Wave, if you're watching this stream on the rare chance, you are not a socialist. Right?
You say rare chance, but he does hop in my streams from time to time.
Yeah. Mentis Wave will explicitly affirm the non-aggression principle, right? He is a libertarian. So what is happening here is not that he is like making a principled argument for socialism. No. The problem here is that he is introducing a contradiction into his worldview, right? And so, and it's a very subtle thing here, right? Because like the Bordatarian, you know, he does like the analysis before, like, let's see what these problems are. Like, these are definitely problems that are in the purview of libertarians, right? Like we would say that these are problems that have like state causes, right? In fact, this is part of the analysis on the next page, right? When we talk about the mature position, right? So the Bordatarian has indeed identified true problems, right? But the problem with his theory is that he has snuck in the idea that government can actually solve this problem, and that is in the sense that the government can alleviate the scarcity of these goods, of you know, and instead, but we know, you know, government can't alleviate this scarcity. Government can only rearrange existing factors, and in doing so, it interferes with the processes which produce, you know, values that produce things that alleviate scarcity, and also, like on the point that these problems that we identified earlier, they are in the purview of libertarianism. Like we know that the initial like cause or like the exacerbating factor of these problems is government intervention, right? The fact is, like, you know, public property. If it was privatized, you wouldn't have the you know that it would immediately get allocated to its most value productive arrangement, right? On the case of crime, right? Like, if we didn't have a monopoly on law enforcement, then it wouldn't be the case that you could have like leftists infiltrate it and infect it with ill-conceived anti-racism policies, such that, you know, I can no longer prosecute brown criminals, right? Like that's the like suppose that you know, Ancapistan, but like anti-racism becomes a common belief in Ancapistan, right? Well, then you're going to necessarily see that security companies that implement "I will never prosecute a brown criminal" will fail at protecting property, right? And then if you're a property owner, you can either agree with the principle of anti-racism, which is that, you know, I agree, you should not prosecute the guy who damaged my property, or you can say, I need a security company which will prosecute this man, and therefore abrogate or abandon the principle of anti-racism, right? And so in that case, like, you see how there's a market process. But if you're a shop owner right now and the police refuse to or let's, if I want to use a more spicy example, that you're the father of an English girl, right? Let's say you're the father of an English girl, and the government is refusing to prosecute a criminal who did something to your daughter, right? You don't have an alternative option. Like you're not capable of unless your alternative option is,
the black market.
Self-operated justice, but that is an alternative which comes with significant costs, and
let's be political on that. Yeah, I am on YouTube. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, in the realist sense, right? I am on YouTube.
Yeah.
There are certain things that I can't, that we have to be careful about. But I get what you're saying, right? So, yeah, continue. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, and so on the point, like this is why the mature libertarian position is to address the causes of these problems directly. So, like, given this knowledge, right, where you can actually approach people who are facing these problems and say that we have a solution rather than like just papering it over. Like, for instance, an open borders leftist will just ignore the notion that there are criminal ethnic enclaves, right? They'll just call you racist. You're racist. There's no difference in the way that white people and brown people are behaving in England. No, they'll just paper over that notion. And like a GDP-tarian will say, like, we'll use like some utilitarian statistical argument, like, actually, because we're importing these people, we're gaining greater productive value. Like that is not convincing to anyone. And these are just unacceptable.
like Cato Institute, going to war on like the concept that like immigrants actually commit less crime, and it's like, yeah, well, you're mixing legal immigrants and illegal immigrants, right? And it's like nobody except for like groypers gives a fuck about people that go through the incredibly arduous immigration process. Right? Like there are no conservatives ringing the bell that, the 1,000 allowed people from the Maldives, that came over and did all of their paperwork are like a problem. And obviously those people commit less crimes because those people can't have criminal records to get here. And those people usually have significant resources, which tends to track with higher IQ and better, personality trait, conscientiousness, and et cetera. And then like they would do these studies, and what they would fail to explain is that every time a crime is committed, right, the person is categorized as one of two things: either they are an immigrant or null. And so if they don't know whether or not someone is an immigrant or an illegal immigrant, if they don't get that data from DHS, which very often they don't, then that becomes a crime committed by a U.S. citizen and a crime taken away from the category of illegal immigrants. And also, we don't know how many illegal immigrants are here. Like, it's the worst data imaginable. And the only state that does the data fairly well, because they really, really care, is Texas. And when you look at Texas crime data, where they track down everyone in the prison system and they make sure they figure out whether or not they're an illegal immigrant or not, illegal immigrants commit more violent crime than natural citizens. It's like the best data we have available shows that illegal immigrants are more likely to commit violent crime. And it's like, well, duh. If you self-select for people that don't give a fuck about the law, now some of those people are going to be good people because that aren't legal positivists and libertarians. Most of those people are going to be natural outlaws. And then they have low socioeconomic status and they aren't a part of our culture and they're from the third world, which has all of these other problems. Of course they commit more crime. Like it's obvious.
Yeah. And I mean, just think about it this way, like just from the strategic perspective, like for a libertarian who's trying to argue for libertarianism, suppose that you have someone who is concerned about immigration, right? Because they live in a town and like, let's say just like 1 million, lunar immigrants have arrived and are just tearing everything up. They're killing everyone. And your argument is that actually in general,
you live in a small town in Ohio, which will remain nameless, and 30% of your population has been bussed in with Haitians.
Well, you see, in general, the GDP has gone up in your town, so you shouldn't complain about anything.
That is not. Who cares?
That does not address their problem, right? Like when you Zulu kind of got into this. Like Zulu and Dave, a part of their contention is like, how do libertarians address people's problems?
They're
right?
eating the dogs.
Right? And part of Dave's complaint with Zulu is that Zulu does not address the problem of the day, which I would say is untrue, right? Like Zulu has numerous videos where he addresses like specific current day problems or like current day social movements. Like
No, I'm going to say that's somewhat fair. And here's why I say that's somewhat fair. If you watch all of Zulu's content, you'll get that. But if you just watch clips of Zulu's debates, Zulu in his charge for Zulu, I love you. I still want to do a stream Saturday. Casimir, if you're here, answer my DM. Maybe you did already and I haven't checked. Yeah, you haven't. Answer if you're free Saturday. Anyways, I want to do a stream with you and Zulu if you're free Saturday. But Zulu, like in most of his debates, right, which is where most people are going to see Zulu, right? Because, you know, if someone pops up on your feed, you're going to see clips or things from debates they're doing. You're not usually going to see clips from like a video that they're doing, because that type of content tends to feed your core audience, not go out into the ether, right? Whereas debates tend to go out into the ether and grab new people into your core audience.
Yeah, and when Zulu is debating, you can see that generally his strategy is to catch the people on their contradictions and argue on principle, which doesn't really address like current day topics.
Right. Like he very rarely will, like if he's having an immigration debate, he's not going to talk about all of the problems and how they're a libertarian. He very rarely gives a positive argument from libertarianism and how libertarianism will do those things, because he's like, oh, you know, I don't want to get into this consequential analysis that you should support me because we have solutions. I just want to argue that you're illogical and wrong. And like, so that's kind of fair from Dave Smith, right? I don't expect Dave Smith to...
You should follow the NAP, but he won't explain like how a NAP ordered society would solve your problem, like the problem you get into. Because it's like, because you can't.
I just think that's a fair critique of Zulu, right? Like I do. I think it is a fair critique.
Yeah, and so on this, right? Like we uniquely, as opposed to like the GDPtarian or the leftist or even like the bordertarian to some extent, we can actually say that we have a solution for your problem. Like if you are, you know, like even supposing the GDPtarian like is somehow like he's correct, like suppose that immigrants as a class commit less crime, right? Somehow, like, you know, in proportion even, right? Like that doesn't solve the problem of someone who was assaulted by an immigrant on public property, because the public property like didn't exclude that, you know, violent criminal, like because the police were incapable of protecting them, right? Like we can say, okay, we can't actually guarantee a solution, because you know we don't have perfection in the market. Like market does not instantaneously solve everything. But like we can say that because there's a public property here, we can't say that this has been allocated to its most efficient use, and we can't say that it is effectively defending you against like this problem, right? So we can say that if we implemented the market, right, that we can say the appropriate amount of security will be produced for you, right? And like that's like the weakest way of stating it, I have to say. But like, you know, if you take a more strong case, right? Like we have this public school, and like, you know, this school is overfilled with people who are members of the anti-productive class, right? They are suctioning, you know, benefits out of the productive class, and they're not even getting a good education. They're getting indoctrinated into state worship, right? Like we can say, well, we have a very good solution for you, sir, right? What we're going to do is we're going to take the school, and you don't have to pay for it anymore. You don't have to you're not forced to pay for it. And in fact, the school, we're gonna have it privately managed, and they will now set their own curriculum, so they don't have to feed people state propaganda. They don't have to accept immigrants as students, right? They can charge fees for people who are coming in, and if you can't afford it, then you can't come in, right? And suddenly this school is being allocated to its most to a productive use. And in fact, maybe it turns out that this school needs to be transformed into an obscenity screaming library, because everyone is so mad about all these immigrants. They need a place to go to scream all their obscenities. they experience catharsis, right? Like, you know, like that seems like a good use.
This school specifically has like a room where they just constantly supply it with porcelain plates for people to go in and just smash against the wall.
Exactly, yeah. As a method of catharsis, right? And they also have like a reserve for all the drug addicts. Like they've specifically allocated a zone where all the homeless drug addicts, they can go and they can consume their drugs away from the children, right? Because they've found that there's a problem that needs addressing, and so we found a market allocated solution. We've
A
created
philosopher will be
addict
so
zone.
happy now that the schools have a drug addict room. Dave Smith and philosopher can finally settle their beef, and Dave Smith no longer wants to murder philosopher. You know,
Finally.
yeah. I mean, like, I think, yeah, I do think that there is. I don't want to say a duty, right? Like, especially from a libertarian perspective, maybe from an objectivist perspective. You know, if you are a content creator to, you know, and your goal is to, you know, push the philosophy of libertarianism, I do think that there is, and this is something I try to do, that is like to know a little bit about the thing you're debating beyond the philosophy, and be able to showcase what are often so many hidden problems of the state. And that is one thing that I think libertarians, because they're very, especially, you know, us ANCAP libertarians, which is the only type of libertarian, right? But I want to be clear, talking about theory bros, right? Is that we very often forget to do that. And what ends up happening is, in, you know, good rhetoric is, you know, Plato got a lot of things wrong. One thing he got right, you know, in terms of both society and in terms of rhetoric, is Plato's tripartite, is that you need an equal balance of ethos, pathos, and logos. And so often you see libertarians, and Liquid Zulu's guilty of this, but I don't want to pick on him specifically, right? Where they very heavily focus on logos and they forget pathos and they forget ethos, right? It's like, show up wearing something nice, put on a button-up shirt, right? Show that you have credentials, right? Brush your hair, trim your beard, and you need to have consequentialist arguments. And I know that you go, well, how dare you say my philosophy that's against consequentialism, you know, have consequentialist arguments. It's like, but they're operating emotionally from a consequentialist perspective. And it's like when we talk about schooling, for example, right? You have to be like, hey man, did you know that in America, somewhere between $11,000 to $25,000 is spent on each student per year? Imagine you're living in New York City and realize that maybe because you're poor, you're not getting that in a progressive tax system. But with all of the taxes that are involved, sales tax, grocery store tax, parking permits, all of these things, somewhere between roughly $25,000 every year is taken from you so that you can send your kids to a school with metal detectors. So you've got 3 kids. Imagine what you could do with $75,000 in your pocket. Okay? Imagine, do you think $75,000 you might be able to pay for a better education? Look at the fact that you have to look at the fact and say, look, almost all of the problems in school from child behavior stems from the fact that we believe that education is a human right provided by the state. And there's like 2 or 3 kids in every class that are causing 90 to 95% of all of the disruptions. And if you simply move those children, if private schools could kick those kids out or send them to a school for, you know, problematic kids, or send them back to the home, and all of a sudden the parents know if this kid doesn't act right, they're going to get expelled and they're not going to be in the school, as opposed to having the teacher waste all of their time and resources on 2 kids, then the entire classroom education experience would be vastly superior. Like you have to have these factoids and these arguments from a consequentialist perspective so that people can see the way in which the logical argument of the state doesn't solve problems, it creates problems. And it's like it's not an appeal to consequentialism, it's appeal to the fact that your audience doesn't understand or value highly your logic, and if you want them to listen to your logic, you need to make them feel emotionally connected to the problem and recognize that we have the solutions to those problems.
Yeah, so I would have 2 things.
That was a rant,
so,
but I'm just saying, you know.
I have 2 things. I need to remember on the first point about like libertarianism or libertarian content creators having a duty to like expand their scope. And I agree in the sense that, well, think about what's the purpose of philosophy what's the purpose of why do you need philosophy, right? You need philosophy as you need ethics as a guide to action, and you need metaphysics and epistemology to understand the universe you're acting in, right? And so fundamentally, philosophy this is almost pragmatism, right? But like philosophy needs to reflect reality, and you need to understand reality in order to act, right? The fundamental reason you're acquiring knowledge is in order to act, in order to acquire values, to act, to live well, right? And so in that sense, libertarianism is necessary but not sufficient, right? Because libertarianism is a very, very, very small scope in terms of being a legal theory, right? It is about how to deal with conflicts, right? So it doesn't even tell you the kind of universe you exist in, right? Libertarianism is probably not valid depending on a different metaphysics, right? If you, suppose that you live in a universe where there's no scarcity, you don't need a theory of conflict avoidance anymore. So it's not valid, right? So, but because we do, and we know about it, libertarianism is valid. And
we'll never live in a world without scarcity. Even if we could materialize any good we want, our bodies would still be scarce.
Yeah, well, supposing you lived that you were proposing a metaphysics of an entirely different universe where there isn't even a physical existence. You don't have a body. You're just kind of this disembodied ethereal somnambulist. You're behind the veil of ignorance, as Rawls might say.
Somnambulist is such a $2 word. All right, chat. That is the old school term for sleepwalkers.
Yeah. So
Jesus Christ, bro.
To your point, if I'm to your point, libertarianism is insufficient, right? If I only learned libertarianism in philosophy, that would not teach me. That wouldn't help me solve problems. First of all, the fact that I should not initiate conflicts is not sufficient knowledge for me to know how do I acquire values, right? It's definitely a part.
There's three domains of actions, I would say, right? There are actions that violate the non-aggression principle. And then there are actions that are moral actions that do not violate the non-aggression principle. And then there are actions that are immoral actions that do not violate the non-aggression principle. And so from a purely libertarian analysis, it only tells us that we ought not do the first type of action. It gives us no information on the it reduces the set, but it doesn't tell us how we ought act in terms of moral questions of our actions, which is you know why I think Liquid Zulu is right to combine anarchism or anarcho-capitalism, libertarianism with objectivist philosophy.
Yeah, because objectivism, putting aside the validity of objectivism provides that kind of framework where you can provide a positive case for how you ought to act, how you ought to direct your behavior, right? And that is vital, because it's just insufficient to tell someone, well, you ought not initiate conflicts. That's all, right? Because that doesn't solve my problem, and because it doesn't solve my problem, this is why pragmatism came about as a philosophy in the first place, because the philosophies that preceded pragmatism were incapable of solving people's problems, right? People were trying to apply them, and they were this doesn't help me. This does not apply to my situation. I can't use this, right? The non-aggression principle might apply to your situation, but it's insufficient to your situation, right? To any situation.
It's not a complete philosophy.
Limits.
It just isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no metaphysics, and there's and it doesn't fully encapsulate all of ethics.
Yeah, and so to your point, it's necessary to provide to give some to learn more, right? To have some further position other than don't initiate conflicts, because otherwise you're not going to be able to demonstrate to people how this actually connects to their situation, right? You need to be able to go further steps back from the nap and tell them well, if you violated the nap, you would be putting yourself into a position where you're going to cause yourself further harm, right? You're not going to be able to actually acquire values rationally by violating the nap. You're just going to end up having a bad life. And you don't want that, right? So that's not, you shouldn't want that.
It's a very objectivist way of looking at it.
Yeah, I'm applying the objectivist lens because that's what's available here. And I'm being Oist pilled. I listened to the audiobook of OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. And the funny thing is, I think most people get introduced to Ayn Rand through her fiction first, right? But I didn't read The Fountainhead until like 2 weeks ago, audiobook, right? So like I had no contact with her fiction until then. And this is a funny situation where like everyone, like every normie you ever speak to is like, oh, Ayn Rand is so horrible, you shouldn't read her. Like, and I had a similar experience with Heinlein, where so many people were like, Heinlein was a fascist, you should skip his book. So like, okay. And then I read Starship Troopers. I mean, like, it wasn't a magnum opus, but like it was a good book. It was interesting. Like, it was well written. I like the characters. The Fountainhead,
also not a fascist. He's really like he's a civ nat, which is
people who say Heinlein is a fascist, they must object to him on the grounds that there is a military, right, and that there is conscription. Or there's not even conscription, right? It's that voting is gated behind military service, and that's true of a bunch of.
It's not even military service, countries. Actually. It's service guarantees citizenship.
It's government service.
If you're in the wheelchair, you have to do some like government service, but you don't have to go fight the bugs, right? Like you can just go.
That is effectively like, effectively like you need to be able to say that you can put yourself at risk in the name of the community or in the name of the state in order to have access to
in his
state.
fantasy world. However, the best thing to be is flat-footed. Right? Like, because then you can go get a janitor job and then you get to vote and you get to be like, oh, he's a citizen. Isn't he great? But you never had to fight the bugs, right? You don't want to be healthy and have to go join the military. You want to have some minimal disability that keeps you from the front lines.
And think about it. Like, think about that position. That position is more liberal than a number of like very liberal, and I mean that in the like the classic sense, countries that we have today. Like think about Switzerland, right? In Switzerland, there's mandatory military service, right?
Most countries.
And are they going to tell me that Switzerland is a fascist stronghold?
Or is like South Korea a fascist stronghold?
There's a stronger argument for South Korea.
There is, but still.
But like, think about, that's the point. Like,
we're on such a fucking tangent, but I love it. This has been a great conversation, Nick. I
in 1954, right? 1954. What wasn't like there was selective service in the U.S. in 1954. Like people were about to get drafted for Vietnam in like 5 or 10 years, right? Or whatever. And like and not what was happening 10 years before that? It was the Second World War. People were being drafted. I mean, like. Yes, drafting is obviously a violation of the NAP. It's obviously not liberal, right? But like,
his position was more liberal than the U.S. government's position when he wrote it, right? Like it was like, no, we should have a voluntary military, but you don't get to vote unless you have some skin in the game, right?
Yeah,
which
exactly.
Is like, that has always been an interesting concept to me when we talk about voting rights in this country from a libertarian perspective. Like what ought we argue are the appropriate voting rights? Because one of the things that I'll talk about, and I'm partially memeing, but not memeing when I'm saying, we should repeal the 19th Amendment. And people, there's so many libertarians and like left, minded, libertarians and objectivists that lose their shit when I say that. They're like, you've been captured by the red pill. And I'm just like, listen, voting is not a right in any way, shape, or form. It's not, there's nothing libertarian about voting. Right? I am not anti-voting, right? I think voting, so long as you do not willfully vote for someone that you have reason to believe will expand the scope of the state, right? Then what you are engaged in is a form of defensive violence, right? You are going to be subject to the whims of other people when they vote. And if you can vote for the candidate that you reasonably believe will reduce the size and scope of the state, then you should do that, I think. Now, you shouldn't vote for the lesser of two evils, because this entire presentation is kind of part of that, right? Because it's an era of regression. You're saying that, the state can solve some problems, right? But for example, I voted for Governor Glenn Youngkin. He did some socialism. I didn't like it. But when he ran, he said, I'm a businessman. I am running on the fact that we need to reduce government. And one of my major key issues is I'm going to get rid of the grocery store sales tax, because it's like one of the worst taxes, because it taxes people's eating, right? Like that is not a behavior we
No,
want to
really.
disincentivize. For the poor, the inability to afford groceries, food, and he had some policies about like woke, indoctrination in our public school system and just getting rid of that shit. I'm fairly happy with my vote, right? But it wasn't a perfect vote. I obviously, if he ran again, which he didn't, I would not vote for him, and I didn't vote for his lieutenant governor because I know she's a piece of shit. But nevertheless, they get so mad and they go, women, what about women's voting? It's like, here's all I know. Women tend to vote socialist. That's all I need to say that I would get rid of their voting, because voting isn't a fucking right.
Yeah. So I have 3 things to say on this point. So on the first point about voting, from a libertarian ethics perspective, voting is purely like is entirely, it's justifiable. Like what is voting when you reduce it? Like it's the gang leader. The gang is saying that you non-gangsters are allowed to give us input on how we should select the next gang leader or what policy we should do next as the gang, right? And so it's entirely justifiable for you to tell the gang, you should put this leader in, or you should put, you should not steal our stuff, right? That's perfectly, like, you're just issuing a statement. Voting is effectively issuing a statement, and if they listen to your vote, then they're just listening to your statement, right? And so voting can only be an aggression if you're voting like with the intent of having the government cause aggressions to other people. So like if I'm voting in order to like have the draft reinstated, like, or like have, everyone drafted into the socialist, the People's Liberation Army of Australia, right? Like if I'm doing that, that is an aggression. But like in general, like the
mens rea. Do you have the guilty mind?
That's mens rea, right? So voting.
I will say, however, if you vote for someone that you knowingly know is a socialist, you are in effect doing, right? Like if you voted for Trump, I would say that's wrong, because he literally ran on tariffs and on on a bunch of different socialist policies.
Yeah, you wouldn't have mens rea if you were under the impression that Donald Trump was going to like be Javier Milei, but like truly radical, right?
Right.
Or even, I would actually say that even like if you're voting under the impression that this candidate will commit fewer crimes than the other candidate, then that can be a justified statement, right? Like
I disagree, but I'm
like with the Greg Youngkin example, where you had the guy who he repealed the tax
grocery
on
store
groceries,
tax,
right? But he probably instituted a bunch of different positive policies because he's a mixed, he's got a mixed philosophy, right?
Yeah.
The thing
but
is
he didn't run on any of those. That's why I voted for him, right? Like he wasn't a politician, so like I didn't have a voting record to look at either.
Exactly, yeah. But like from the strategic perspective, like voting is significantly downstream of like what is philosophically available in the culture, right? It's like when you're voting, you get options that are based on like what is the temperature. Like the candidate, the existence of these candidates is effectively the thermometer. And like when we're talking about policy arguments, like when we're talking about with this analysis, we're analyzing the reasoning behind policy arguments. We're basically talking about like the thermometer, or not the butane torch, right? Like how do you identify how to operate a butane torch, right? If I point the butane torch at the thermometer, is it going to increase the temperature? Is the arrow of regression towards the top of the thermometer or the bottom? Think about it. That's a different, metaphor. And so
I was
when it
too
comes
nerdy.
to voting,
but it's okay.
When it comes to voting, you have like you can't really be held responsible for the actions of the person who gets into office unless you are like directly voting with the intention of having them get those actions, like to cause those actions, right? Because you aren't actually in control of their actions, right? So if you're voting with the intention of lowering the grocery tax, right, that's fine, right? That was a huge tangent. I forgot my second point. Oh, my second point was on the idea of like voting and like Starship Troopers. As a science fiction author myself, you can totally like integrate these three ideas, and like you can have like the anarcho-objectivist like CivNat voluntary service republic, where suppose you have like a space station, right, and it's privately administrated, and in order to get like a vote on the board, right, like where they have like this contractual obligation, like they've set up this contract where if they don't hold these votes and follow these votes, then ownership of the station regresses to some other person, etc., like forever, right? Or to some significant degree, where there's significant redundancy. And then in order to get access to voting rights, you have to sign up in the space station's militia and serve for this period of time to demonstrate that you have an investment in the safety and continuation of this space station, like of this community. That's completely anarcho-objectivist.
I agree.
I would say. Yeah,
I mean, it's a state in Heinlein's book, but yeah, I agree that one could obviously create a voting system that was voluntary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like I could say, let's have a vote on how to use my my Wacom tablet pen, and I will follow the results of this vote, and that will be me volunteering to a vote over this use of this pen, which is not the democratic ethic.
Let's do a poll, boys. Yeah. But yeah,
I'm not shoving the pen up my ass.
Trying to get back on track, right? Like,
back on
I
track.
guess, you know what I mean? We went off on a long fucking tangent, but it's fine. This has been a great conversation. Looking at this concept of the arrow of regression, right?
Regression, yeah.
Looking at that from a voting perspective, right? I would say, like, how would you analyze that in terms of, like, I guess it depends, right, on what is your belief that the candidate will do, and is the candidate engaged in
there's
like, because the moment, like, if you have Trump, right, even if you think Trump was better than Kamala, doesn't it kind of go against this concept of, like, it's okay to vote for the lesser of two evils?
I have a slide that will
when you're voting for the guy that says government can solve problems.
I think my gradualism slide will I can apply this.
Yeah, let's go forward. Yeah.
So the next
we
slide,
can table it.
This is just like, I have some additional points that kind of are secondary. So, like, on local minima, the idea that you could get stuck in the middle, I kind of covered on that earlier with the idea of mixed philosophy. But there's another potential argument that, like, let's say that libertarians win a policy battle, like that we get the shoe factory privatized, right? Or, like, the government doesn't ban people from making their own shoes, right? Let's say. But then subsequently, like, we are just completely unsuccessful and we just get stuck here. That's like the idea, like, but I don't think, like, thinking this through, like, what does it actually mean for libertarians to actually win a policy argument, or, like, to tip the scales? It would mean that we actually have some, like, principled political influence on, like, what's happening. And, like, if that's the case, I don't see an argument to say that influence can't extend to other issues in, like, the same area, right? Like, there's no, like, unless that influence would somehow have to disappear, which would indicate, like, let's say the libertarians suddenly became incompetent the moment that the shoe factory got privatized, right? Like, they all like got very drunk, lost 30% of their brain cells, and, like, now they're too stupid to do political action. Then that'll be introducing an additional premise, and that wouldn't be a local minimum, because assuming you could reintroduce smart libertarians, you would just keep progressing forward, right? So you would never get stuck unless there was some additional circumstance, right? And so, in general, if you can make one victory, then subsequent victories should be possible.
I would say maybe I disagree, right? And I would say that you can have victories in policy without having any victory in philosophy. And I would say that if it's not a victory in philosophy, then it's a victory in name only.
Yeah,
right?
so
Like,
I want to say that.
If you win with but whatever, I'm going to say it now. Even if you have a slide that covers it, right? Because I think
right
through
there,
speaking. Oh shit! Sorry, I only skimmed it because
So like, on your point that, like, if we don't have let's say that the shoe factory gets privatized, but it's not because libertarian philosophy is winning out, then that would mean that libertarians weren't actually the driving force in that scenario. It would be like a technocratic argument that was made that the shoe factory should be privatized because, there'll be more revenue, right? It's not actually a libertarian point. Like, libertarians didn't tip the scale for that for towards that argument, right?
Well, let's say Thomas Massey is the person that writes the bill that says privatize the shoe factory, and then a whole bunch of conservatives agree with him because they have this mixed market contradictory philosophy that the shoe factory should be privatized. But of course, the state is great for other things, right? Then
Yeah, so on
even
that
then,
day-
it's still not a libertarian victory, even though it's a libertarian-minded individual that drove that victory, because there isn't a victory in the philosophy. There's just a victory.
Exactly.
Remember the dice analogy where I say, it's a game theory, right?
Yeah,
We
on
rolled
that
a
day-
5, and so we
on that day-
chose the market.
On that day, the wind of whim, like the conservative woke up and he looked at his wind sock and he was like, "Oh, the wind is blowing towards Liberty Day. I'm gonna repeal the state today."
Right,
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 So, like,
exactly.
then the next day, the wind might be different, right? And so, like, that is not that was not caused by libertarians. So it wouldn't make sense to say that libertarians won that policy victory, even if like you could say that the policy was libertarian in that moment. The conservatives were following the libertarian principle because they suddenly had like the ghost of Thomas Jefferson like appeared to them and said, you must repeal the shoe ban. Everyone must be allowed to wear shoes, right?
Your
Like
camera's flickering, or their light is, or something.
I think either there's lightning or I think my camera might be trying to like adjust.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
lighting,
I'm
but,
sorry. I
like,
forgot you live in Australia, so like God randomly chooses to have lightning strike because
Smite us
because
for criminal
because some giant scorpion was about to be killed by a hunter, and he can't have hell on earth be reduced in any capacity.
Yeah, and so and on the other point, like even if it was possible for there to be a local minimum, which I don't agree, it's not actually clear that the local minimum like is undesirable as compared to the previous condition. Like obviously a local minimum is undesirable as compared to anarcho-capitalism, right? But let's say like, with my I have the shoe the shoe control example. Like let's say there's a price control on shoes to make them like cheaper, like a price ceiling. And because of that, there's a shoe shortage, right? And we get the shoe price control repealed, and now we have to contend with expensive shoes because the government is doing something else to make them expensive, or maybe just like shoes. Like it's just really, really difficult to produce shoes given the resources available to us, right? And so like instead of a shoe shortage, we have expensive shoes, and we don't have to deal with like government agents breaking into people's homes at midnight to make sure that they're not making illegal shoes and selling them at a higher price, right? Like that, I think that would be clearly a preferable situation because there's fewer fewer rights violations are being authorized, right? And so that's on local minima. And then I have on gradualism here. So this is not directly related to the voting case. I think I can apply this to the voting case, but like here's the idea that like I must reject a 50% tax reduction because it's not a 100% tax reduction. Like it's not the one step to Ancapistan, right? And I don't think that's actually true because first of all, this tool, we're not analyzing the policy. Like I'm not saying that the 50% tax reduction, like a 50% income tax, like flat, like is justified, right? Because let's say we're at 90% taxes and then we're getting a tax reduction to 50%, right? The 50% tax is on its own unjustified. But if we're analyzing the reasoning, like let's say the reasoning behind the tax reduction is that the conservatives have all decided that government actually can't justifiably redistribute wealth, right? But they're only applying a half measure for some reason, right? Like they're just saying like, well, I can't be bothered, like I can't get enough votes to get 100% tax reduction, right? But a consistent application of the principle that government is unjustified is 100% tax reduction, right? So like by regression, right? By regression, you know, on the next time this issue comes up, if we have still stuck to the principle, like, and we've convinced more people, like let's say we're voting again, like the Senate has now been reelected, and now there's like 75% ANCAPs there, and we're like, actually, we're just going to vote to repeat. We're going to vote to like dissolve the government today. Actually, that's the agenda, Mr. Speaker. And like, imagine Mr. Speaker is actually like a socialist, and you just slide that onto his desk, like, we're actually dissolving the government today, Mr. Speaker. It's like, why have you done this to me, right? So like, yeah, that's the point. Like, and a consistent application of that principle would lead to 100% tax reduction. And so you don't have to reject gradualism on this point, as in the sense of like gradual progress, right? Like, I'm still with Zulu on the sense that like gradualism in principle, like as a principle, like I agree that, we only need to move slowly, right? That would be nothing. Like radicalism in practice, radicalism in principle is gradualism in practice, right? And so you can accept gradual movements with this analysis. And but an interesting fact that drops out of this case is like, suppose that you have like a technocrat, right, who says, I'm reducing the taxes by 50%, not because I'm not justified in like redistributing revenue, but because actually
we'll get more revenue because we'll have more economic activity.
More money. I would acquire greater revenue, and that would be bad. That would be good for me, right? Like, and you as a libertarian, on principle, you cannot support this argument, right? You cannot support the argument of like a 50% tax reduction to give people more revenue, right? You can't say like that's a good argument. Like that, you're not allowed to say that. You could. I would suggest that you can vote for that. From the strategic perspective, I can't see a reason why that would not be like a valid vote.
Especially because some technocrat also realized there would be more economic productivity, right?
But you can't accept that on principle, because on principle, what does it? Why does government need more revenue? It's to do more things. It's to solve our problems. It's to rearrange the factors of the economy so that problems are solved. And what does that accept? Socialism, regression.
So I want to interject a real world example from the United States, because this is one of those things where I've seen this be a real big problem, right? So obviously the state is engaged in the war on drugs. The war on drugs is bad. All levels of the war on drugs is bad because the government doesn't solve problems. And one of the things that occurred was in the state of Washington, they essentially decriminalized all drugs, possession of small amounts of drugs. And this was seen by many people as a libertarian victory, right? They were like, yes, we're curtailing the war on drugs to some extent. And we're no longer locking people, regular drug addicts and people. We're starting to treat this like a health issue as opposed to, all people who do drugs are bad, etc. And this was disastrous as a policy. And the reason that it was disastrous as a policy was because it didn't tackle the federal problem, right, which is still federally illegal. It didn't allow the market to step in by having rate my drug dealer app on, the Apple Store or whatever. You know what I mean, right? Like so there wasn't that. And the biggest problem that I saw was that the drug market was still an illicit black market from a positivist position. And so it was still engaged in all of the contradictions that occur with that. And the other big problem was, is the contradiction inherent to public property? And so now what we had drug users in like nice neighborhoods, doing the fentanyl lean in, on like sidewalks, right? Where people were trying to like take their kids to school, and there was like heroin needles at like, kids' playgrounds and things like that. And it was so bad that it was, it changed the whims of all of the statists to go, well, actually, maybe this was a bad idea. And they started reintroducing laws punishing, possession of, different narcotics. And so this is kind of that situation where it's like, okay, from a gradualist perspective, it's like, yes, we achieved a gradual victory. But the problem is that we moved one lever and then raised kind of like another lever, right? Which is because public property still existed, we increased the conflicts inherent to public property by criminalizing drugs and having drug addicts on public property. And we increased drug usage and deaths and things like that because of all of these drugs were still Schedule 1, Schedule 2 drugs, and the market wasn't able to provide safe places for people to do drugs, and people weren't able, like, all these other new problems came about. And so what we actually had is pragmatically, right? Evil word. We actually went further away from liberty because we got this presumed libertarian victory. How do you approach that with like the arrow of regression kind of situation?
Suppose in that case that, sorry, it's raining here. Can you hear that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
But I saw your reaction.
But suppose that like in that case, instead of like, because I'm assuming basically the argument that was proposed by like the leftists for drug decriminalization was like harm reduction, right? Because like if we make it illegal, then we're harming drug addicts, and that's bad, right? And so that is on account, it's a technocratic argument because like the idea here is like still that the government, like the principle is still that the government has the right to direct these means and like solve this problem, but it's only just releasing control because it's just because of its discretion, right? Because actually, our current use of the government is not solving this problem. So like we're just gonna step back, like we're just gonna abstain, right? But and that principle, when a new problem arose, they just reapplied the principle that government can solve problems. Like, oh, we're just gonna resolve it, right? And so, but what would a consistent application of the libertarian principle be here? Like, okay, the libertarian principle is that we're not justified in criminalizing drug addicts. Like we can't shoot you because you injected something or but. And then when the problem arose that people are just consuming fentanyl on every sidewalk and passing out, and there's like these huge encampments on these public properties, right? Like you would see this problem, and then you would reapply the libertarian principle again, by regression, and you would say, well, okay, why are they here? Like why are they on this sidewalk particularly? Because they won't be kicked out. And why can't they be kicked out? Well, it's because there's no valid owner, right? There's no one who is actually.
No, I agree with all this, but I want to grill you just a little bit, right? The problem that I am identifying, though, right, is that sometimes, from a practical perspective, when you apply the libertarian theory that the government doesn't solve problems, and thus, which is right, which is true, what ends up occurring is that new problems arise as you get rid of government.
Yes.
As you get rid of government, sometimes other government policies that are already in place become more problematic because another form of government was reducing a problem somewhere. And so the evidence to the typical consequentialist is the exact opposite, which is, well, now we have evidence that the government does solve problems. How do we deal with that?
This is why regression is very important, because if you the thing is that when the government implements an intervention, right, you can say that the government, I have a point on this in actually the last or the second last slide about what does it actually mean for the government to solve a problem. Because when the government implements an intervention, the price of the shoes, assuming that the shoe manufacturers comply, the price of the shoes does in fact drop, right, to $1 per shoe, let's say, right? And so that you can say in the very, very narrow sense, I've achieved my goal that shoes are now $1 per shoe. However, the government hasn't actually solved this problem. It's just rearranged the factors in the economy that already exist. And what it means to solve a problem, I'll get into that. But you're right that when you repeal an intervention, you kind of reveal what the government was trying to solve, right? You reveal this problem again. Whereas you kind of had a Band-Aid, you could say.
A Band-Aid on an infected wound. And now you remove the Band-Aid and people can see the infected wound, but they often misappropriate where the infection is coming from and then want to put the Band-Aid
that's why it's very
back
important.
on.
That's why it's important to do regression, because in this sense, it's actually more to use the medical example. It's like stacking additional dead skin on top of a rotting wound. It's this new skin is just going to rot again, right? And so it's just gonna keep festering up. And so you just need to peel it off until you get rid of all of the infected skin, and now you just have a raw thing that can heal. That's the market taking over, right? And actually, I'll go to the next slide here. So this is additional points I should have included, which is this is an extra slide I added, and this addresses the essence of what it means to solve a problem as opposed to what it means to hide a problem with a government intervention. So we're gonna use a Crusoe and Friday example here. The essence of why government can solve problems, can't solve problems, right? So let's say Friday needs a stick for spearfishing, and Crusoe has a stick, and Friday can indeed acquire a stick by stealing it from Crusoe, right? He can get a stick. So has he solved his problem? Well, you can say in a narrow sense, he has a stick to spearfish with, but in the broader sense, there is still a scarcity of sticks, right? And because he only has this one at the moment, right? He's not addressed the fundamental feature, the fundamental problem of how to acquire sticks to perform spearfishing, right? Because his answer to that was to steal from Crusoe, right? But the problem of stealing from Crusoe is that that's a fundamentally predatory action. It depends on Crusoe existing in the first place, and not just existing, but that he
gathers
producing.
sticks. He's gathering sticks. So you haven't solved the problem of needing two sticks as opposed to one stick. You've only stolen a stick from Crusoe.
Exactly. You haven't actually alleviated the scarcity of sticks. You've only rearranged the present arrangement of sticks and changed its use from whatever Crusoe was doing with it to what you want to do with it now, right? And so this resource, like, you haven't generated any new sticks. You haven't actually addressed the scarcity, and that's what the problem is. It's the scarcity. It's the specific scarcity of the sticks. And so, like, when you go back to when you apply this to like, and that's why it can like appear the government can solve a problem, right? Like that's like you have the naive understanding that like, well, I just needed a stick and now I have a stick, right? But you haven't actually resolved the problem of how to acquire sticks for your purpose, right? Like you haven't actually, because what you've done is fundamentally anti-productive. It's not producing sticks, and it's not rewarding the production of sticks. Because like I know there's people who take this. There's leftists who will say that because you're trading with someone, you're dependent on them, right? Like that's the leftist objection to the objectivist use of the term like independent existence when it comes to like trading. Because an objectivist would say like if you live in a society and you trade with people, you're still an independent actor. Now, why is that? It's because you are still a productive actor, right? And so the principle you're applying to your economic life is that you must create values, and you can't acquire values through predation. Like you can't generate solutions to problems through predation. You can't alleviate scarcity through predation on people who are producing, because predation is going to destroy production, right? In this case, like sufficient, like if you just keep stealing from Crusoe, he's just gonna die. Like if you steal all his food, he's just gonna perish. And like, what is your way out of this situation that involves additional aggressions? Because there's no other actors anymore. Like there's only been two people in the world for this scenario. You can't just keep stealing. Who are you stealing from? At that point, you have to start homesteading from nature, and that is productive behavior, right? And so that is the essence. Like why government is able to why it is able to have the appearance of like solving problems, but what it only does is rearranges things, and so that creates new problems elsewhere, right? You can't alleviate scarcity. It can only change like the arrangement of things that are already scarce. Yeah.
I'm trying to view this from a left-wing perspective, right? Like to poke holes in it, right? Because like if Crusoe steals Friday's stick so that he can, spearfish, well then now Friday is without a stick, so Friday is incentivized to go get another stick. So you've solved the problem of Crusoe needing a stick, and you have and Friday simply goes and gets another stick. And since Friday is so good at getting sticks, this has solved the problem of the need for spearfishing and for Friday's position. Like I understand what your argument is. Right? Yeah. Right, but I feel like you're missing something. You're missing something. There's a. You can always say you're not properly communicating something, and I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm trying to strengthen your argument, right? Like
you can always say, yeah. I have the point here. So like you can always say that in a narrow sense, like through aggression, I can rearrange the current state of affairs to be like a state of affairs that I would desire, regardless of that desire is rational. Like I can rearrange things in a way I desire, right? But through aggression, what I cannot do is I cannot take from nature, like, because aggression presupposes that there's someone else who I'm conflicting with, right? So like that is the sense in which aggression depends on prior production. And so like the actual thing that the essence of solving a problem is that someone has produced, right? So like the essence of
there you go. That so you need to start with that, like to communicate this. Yeah, that's right. You need to start. Yeah, what you need to say is that man produces and solves problems by utilizing his volition to go out into the world and take scarce, to homestead scarce resources and the creation of property and then the creation of wealth, or he utilizes resources from others that have done that to improve upon them to produce wealth, and that the state does not go out and engage in the same production that man does with free volition. Rather, what the state does is that it rearranges things that have already been produced and creates a burden on production itself. We have to start from production, I think, to make that argument. Because I'm listening to you and I'm like, you're kind of jumping all over the place, and that's fine. You know what I mean? I think through speaking too, right? But in order to make it concise, we have to start with what is production, and then explain why the state is not in the business of production itself. Even if the state goes and makes a logging company, a state managed logging company to produce logs, right? I'm using your example, right? They're still they're funding this through taxation and coercion. And so what they are doing is they're still taking actual production and shifting it towards the production of new pseudo production. And it's not real production because it's built upon the theft of other production.
And I would actually say that, properly speaking, when you identify it's not proper to say something is like a government factory or like a government logging installation, right? Like let's say you have like a bunch of people who are volunteers from the People's Liberation Army, right? And they all go out to like some unhomesteaded wilderness, right? Like it's not like they're confiscating an existing like logging plantation, but like all these soldiers who are from the government, right? And they go to this area and then they emborder it, they start raising trees and chopping them down, right? The essence of their action is not like government activity, right? They are not aggressing on anyone. They're not taxing, right? They are like, if you remove the idea that these are government soldiers from the equation, like what is actually happening, right? Their behavior is that they're just homesteading natural resources, right? Mm-hmm. They're just like, and that is not a government solution, except to the extent like, you could like understand this from a broader perspective. Like these are soldiers, they're being paid by tax money, right? Mm-hmm. But like, but that, in the narrow sense that like, what are they actually doing? What are they actually specifically doing? They're just chopping trees and like processing them, right? That is not government activity, right? Because the essence of the state, what is the essence of the state? It is aggression, it is monopoly on law, right? And so only to the extent that like someone is using aggression to redirect existing resources are they doing like government activity. I know that kind of sounds like a cop-out when I say it like that, but like
no. There's a better example. The post office in the United States. The post office in the United States has elements of privatization as well as elements of socialism and state behavior. In one essence, they're in competition, right, with all large packages, and they are, charging a fee to ship goods across the state, and they're in competition with FedEx and UPS and other major shipping companies. In the other sense, they have a state granted monopoly on letters and on the mail and the usage of mailbox and of like bills and certain types of documentation, right? So in one area, it's an element of predation, and that they've created a monopoly. And then insofar as we isolate the action of, this entity is taking money to ship a box, to deliver this box to someone from, Virginia to Kentucky, and they're in competition, in the market with UPS and FedEx to do the same thing, then that is an element, that is not an element of, it's under the umbrella of a statist institution. And so therefore it is it is inexorably linked to the statist institution that it is. But if you isolate that specific function, that is not per se a statist function.
Yeah, you're right. And this reminds me actually of a separate idea I've come up with. I don't think it warrants an entire presentation, but like basically the idea is, suppose you take like any government, take like the US government, right? And you just, you analyze it on the individual actions of every agent, and all you do is you subtract aggressive actions, right? And then you ask yourself, what are you left with, right? So like, if you take, the Central Intelligence Agency, right? And you subtract all NAP violations from the CIA. Obviously, the CIA does a lot of things that are NAP violations, right? The CIA accepts tax money, so like immediately that goes out, right? Like, and the CIA, assassinates innocent people sometimes, I imagine,
Right.
probably.
Right.
Don't assassinate, please, right? Allegedly, right?
They don't assassinate
but, like,
people that often anymore because they've figured out that they can utilize Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and WeChat and things like that to foment revolution in countries, and funnel money and state funds through USAID and things like that to create to force governments to collapse upon themselves, which is far more pernicious than when they just killed people, to be honest.
But to my point, there are like conceptual elements, like with the CIA, in terms of like, what is the CIA's like job when you subtract aggression, like aggressive actions? Like, in gathering intelligence is not a NAP violation, right? Like, I can take photos, I can make dossiers and keep secrets, and that is not a NAP violation, right?
Right,
So, like,
or drone bombing a
that is not
terrorist
the essential
isn't
problem.
a NAP violation.
Yeah, that is not the essential problem with the CIA, and that is not so like. That is not the essential feature that makes it a government institution. The essential feature that makes it a government institution is that, well, A, it's funded by taxation, and B, it initiates conflicts in order to defend the monopoly on law that the U.S. government has. And like, it's like so on. You can keep listing certain things that are part of that. But like, once you subtract aggression, right, that you've lost the essential feature that makes it a state institution. So like the same thing with like the logging camp. Like the fact that like, if you subtract that it's from stolen land, like if you just make it a homesteaded wilderness, and you subtract the idea that these are people who are being paid by taxes, now what's happening? You just have a bunch of people going to a place and making use of unhomesteaded resources, right? And that's what is that? That's just private property behavior, right? I mean, I'm assuming that that assumes they accept private property, but like it's not aggressive.
Right. Let's say just for example, there's a power company in Tennessee, and it is run by the state. It is the Tennessee Valley Authority. Okay. And what they do is they provide electricity to basically everybody in the state of Tennessee. Let's say, for example, the Tennessee Valley Authority began to pay back restitution for everything. Right? Every land that they like took through eminent domain, they just paid restitution for every way in which they stole from the taxpayer. Right.
Yep.
And then the company was like, the Tennessee Valley Authority was then transferred over to a person that was willing to purchase the company from the state, right, at some cost. And then the Tennessee Valley Authority was now a company, and they've paid all of their restitution. And all of the employees there slowly went from being, state funded,
Parasites,
right, parasites. Yeah. Right. You can't say that in Germany. You will get raided and your door will get kicked down, and they will forcibly take your DNA. You cannot call politicians parasites in Germany. Just reminding you that you will have the government kick down your door at 3:00 in the morning. We have proof of this. Just that one word alone. Free speech. Right. Like, and then each employee was either fired or transitioned over to the funds that they were voluntarily selling. Well, the Tennessee Valley Authority would cease to be a statist institution, regardless of the fact that it was created by the state, because all of the restitution was paid, all of the land crimes that they may have committed, in eminent domain or whatever, was paid, right? Like, so you can actually get rid of all of the aggression piecemeal by piecemeal and transition it over to a private institution without having to say, we need to destroy all of the power plants that were created by Tennessee Valley Authority because it's a statist thing.
And I think the helpful feature of this analysis is that, like, when you apply this to, like it's obvious when you apply it to, like, the government shoe factory, like, the person's like, well, yeah, obviously we can make shoes with the government. But, like, when you apply this to policing, it's like, I tell someone, like, okay, we can have private policing. Like, you're crazy. Well, okay, no. What does it mean? Well, actually, no. The better way to say it is, like, we could have anarcho-capitalism. And, like, if you're like, but how do you do policing? Like, well, what if we take policing, but we subtract, like, all of the moments where they, initiate a conflict with someone, where they're doing something immoral, right? Then we just have police that are doing moral things, right? Like effectively, they don't accept stolen money, and then they don't like enforce NAP violations. And so you would have a police department, and they would have to get voluntary contributions somehow, and they would probably become a company, right? And then you basically like that. It kind of, you get to short circuit your way into being like, well, no, all these things that you see that are currently being solved by government, like their solution, like
I might have to steal this one. This might be a better way of answering that question than the way that I typically do it.
Yeah.
What if
Like,
you
all you have
take
to
the
do-
police and you just get rid of all of the NAP violations?
Yeah, because like when you say anarcho-capitalism, people like they start to imagine something like radically different to what we have now, and in a sense it is, right? But in another sense, like yes, we're still going to have institutions that do law enforcement because we're natural law theorists, right? Like first of all, like anarchism is not lawlessness; it is like we're doing a natural law argument here, and so we're still going to have institutions that enforce the law, and we're still going to have institutions that write legal proofs or do research, right? Like it's like someone's going to ask you like how are we going to do like cancer research without government? It's like, okay, well, we're just going to have the cancer research institution, all it needs is financing, so we'll just finance it but not with taxes. That's it, right? Like, or like with policing, like, well, like all we have to do is like instead of having police that are funded by theft and then do things that are not like moral, like not legal, like not under natural law, like unethical laws, right? Like, if you want to frame it in like a positivist sense, where like the law should be this, right? Like you have like the law is something that is not natural, but we have like a theory of what it should be. Like you can kind of frame it in the positivist sense, but still be a natural law theorist. That's a whole tangent. But like
You're going off the rails.
Point. Like what if we just have the police, but instead of being like forced to pay for them and that they do things that are unethical, you just have them they're not paid through force and they only do things that are ethical. And so like they only punish people who deserve to be punished. And then that way, like, that makes perfect sense. And in a sense, it looks a lot like the society we have, like in only the functional senses, right? Like in only the sense where like police are punishing criminals, and I mean like natural criminals.
One of the examples I use is like car insurance companies, right? Is because people will talk about, oh, there'll be warlords everywhere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like it's not financially feasible for anyone to engage in that behavior, right? It's not. It's high time preference behavior to the extreme. And then one of the things I say is, when you talk about car accidents in the United States, right? 97% of all car accidents are handled without any legal system whatsoever. Geico just says, yeah, we fucked up on this one. We'll pay your client this nationwide.
Yeah.
And then another time Nationwide goes, yeah, this one's our bad. We'll pay you. It's only 3% of cases that go to litigation. And even when they go to litigation, most of those don't actually go to court. What ends up happening is it gets pushed up to, they have a lawyer on retainer with another lawyer and it goes into mediation, right? And then they go, look, if you go to court, here's what's likely to happen. We can offer you more money than what is likely to occur in court now, because if it goes to court, you're going to have to pay all of these lawyers' fees to actually go to court. And so, you're probably going to win, let's say $50,000 in court, but you're going to have to pay $20,000 in legal expenses. Why don't we just pay you $40,000 right now and you'll be $10,000 richer than if you went to court? And then they go, yeah, and then their lawyer goes, it's true. And then they go, sounds like a good deal. And then they pay them $40,000. It's actually very rare that in car accidents, even with bodily injury, that they go to court. Yeah. And the reason is because the insurance companies have figured out that it's like it's just cheaper to avoid that expense. And so like that's one of the things I often use in like rights enforcement agencies when we're talking about that. It's like, yeah, that would be true if you had a rights enforcement agency that was dealing with like property theft, right? Like just like a car accident is one person's fault, stealing is one person's fault.
Yeah, like warlordism only occurs in places where like you have a statist philosophy, right? Like
Sorry, I just looked over at chat and I just saw multiple people going, "Suh," and all I could think of was like, as a millennial, was "Suh, dude," like because I'm older.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so in terms of like warlords, like warlordism, what is a warlord? A warlord is a statist, right? So like by
Yes.
definition, we're not discussing an anarcho-capitalist, right? And so, and then in the broader sense, like if they say that, well, anarcho-capitalism would lead to warlords, that's not like what. Under what circumstances does a warlord actually come about? Like a warlord comes about when they are able to convince a bunch of people that they are allowed to capture this territory and like manage it, as a state, right? And so if we have convinced a bunch of people of anarcho-capitalism, well, like someone who tries to do that is going to be like immediately identified as a villain, right? And like by the general population. And so like that's one thing. And then the idea that insurance
it's way quicker than that, right? Like
it's ridiculous.
To be less verbose, what is a warlord except an invitation to war?
Exactly.
It's an invitation to war to everyone around them. Obviously, warlords are going to occur. They occur now. Like there's no, we're not utopic. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like go to the Congo right now, and what you will see is Muslim terrorist warlords that are killing hundreds of thousands of Christians, but nobody gives a fuck about it because it's not the current hot topic of Israel-Palestine, right? Like they're alive right now in the world. Like there is no perfect world where there are no warlords, but under a libertarian framework, we have a more efficient society that can be ethical as opposed to one that is conflict-inducing, that is unethical by definition. And by the nature of that, you have a whole bunch of ethical societies surrounding a person that is inviting war to everyone around them. And on top of that, everyone around them is now under the impression that they can gain resources by going to war with this aggressor, right? It's like, so like, you know what I mean? Like, let's say we have Liechtenstein and Kapistan and, and we have, Pakistan, right? And Pakistan is a libertarian society that then slowly just becomes a Muslim conclave. And they, following the will of Allah, everyone there, they start to tax people. They start to impose a jizya. They start to involuntarily impose a jizya on like non-Muslims, and those non-Muslims aren't allowed to leave. And then on top of that, they start marrying 9-year-old girls, right? They just start marrying off 9-year-old girls to husbands to be raped because that's what Muhammad did. So it's totally okay to fuck 9-year-old girls, right? Now, I'm in Ancapistan, and Liechtenstein is right there. And both Liechtenstein and Ancapistan going, Pakistan has a lot of land. And there's a lot of victims. There's a lot of victims in Pakistan. There's a whole lot of little girls that need to be saved. And both of us, we have a private military contractor that we both utilize, right? That in the case of a warlord, we have a retainer on this PMC. And this PMC just happens to have the name Deuce Volt, right? God wills it. And Deuce Volt is just begging. They're like, hey, boys, what do you say? You give me some resources, you give me some money, and I'll get you a whole bunch more farmland if you let me go kill a bunch of Muslims that are raping 9-year-old girls and imposing a jizya on random white people because they're not Muslims. And both, you've just invited Deuce Volt to come and fuck you up, and Liechtenstein and Ancapistan are both going to financially gain from this. That's what you've created. You've created a financial incentive for me to gain new property so that I can, in the name of restitution for the victims of crimes that you've created by branding yourself a warlord, right?
Exactly.
This is what happens when you have ethically principled, anarcho-capitalist societies, is that, they are efficient and just from a pure consequentialist standpoint, when you impose authority onto people and you believe government can solve problems and government causes problems, then what you've introduced all of these inefficiencies in your economy. Liechtenstein and Ancapistan are going to invent better weapons. They're going to have more resources available. They're going to have more money available. And eventually the warlord is going to be surrounded by a bunch of people with stronger economies and stronger militaries that are eyeing you like free land because because there's a bunch of victims there that we can go gain property in the act of, invading said warlord. It's just not economically feasible.
On this point about consequentialism, you said this before. I actually meant to address this earlier. I don't think you're actually making like a consequentialist argument there, because consequentialism as a theory is that an action can be evaluated on like whether its outcome is in line with whatever the consequentialist desires to be at the outcome, right? Like some standard, right? But from the objectivist ethics perspective, right? If we analyze, like, ethics is the field of studying about like what action we should take, right? And action does have two components. Like, action has a means and an end, right? And like the end is like some future desired component, right? And the means is like what's available to us. And so in a sense, like any theory of ethics which only analyzes ends is incomplete, right? Like, and any theory of ethics which only analyzes means is incomplete, right? And so the other thing is, we can say that this would be a good end for you to select, right? This would be a good end, right, to have. Like, but you might not be successful in acquiring it. But the fact that it's a good end.
Right, libertarianism is only a theory of means.
Yeah, you applied the correct means to acquire that end. Then what you did was a good action in the first place, just on principle, like on the principle that you are following. You're trying to acquire this, right? Not that. But consequentialism is different. Like in the sense of consequentialism, like your intention and the means you applied are completely irrelevant. It's only your like distance from this state of affairs that makes you ethical or not, right? Which is different than like what we're saying when we come to when we say like anarcho-capitalism could with like the extended understanding of that beyond just like the legal theory, but like anarcho-objectivism, a society with common communities, all these other appended theories, can solve your problem, right? We're not making a consequentialist argument there. We're saying that like in the narrow sense of consequentialism being like an ethical theory that your action can be determined by how close it gets you to this desired state. It is more that like it's an ethical theory has to include an understanding of like what you're directed at acquiring in the future, right? Rather than like the future determines the present's ethical status. That's a different theory. And so I'm being autistic about consequentialism here.
Yeah. I just mean to say that many people critique, like I think there is a failure of libertarians to engage in anything that like hints at consequentialism. And then they will accuse you of being a consequentialist because you described all of the potential possibilities, or you described how your system would lead to better outcomes. And here's examples of how we would get to those outcomes. And then they're like, you're being a consequentialist. Those things shouldn't even matter. And it's like, no, they do. People have values, and people want to hear how their values are being met through your ethical system. They don't just want to hear a logical argument that proves that your system is ethical and theirs isn't, because they value high trust society. They value prosperity. They value innovative research. They value growing technology. They value, big families, whatever those things are that they value. And if you don't give them, an examples of how your system better gives them those values, or give them examples of how the current status quo in which they are arguing for is actually antithetical to those values, then you don't speak to the heart of the person. I know even the objectivists are going to get even angrier about the heart or the soul or dualism, etc. Oh, dude, it's like telling me, it's like, do you want to stay in the studio? Yes, stay in the studio.
There's a bifurcation here. So there's a sense that, first of all, like in the broader sense of values, there can be values that are like unjustified, like irrational values, and like rational values. So like, for instance, I might value, like specifically something that is aggressive, or like something like, I might value that my neighbors are all dead, right? Like murdered, right? Specifically, not just that they're like dead, but like they're murdered. So, and like that value, so like we can't justify that value on libertarian grounds. Like if someone asks me like, how will I be able to murder people in Ancapistan? Like, how am I going to, you won't be able to, like, I won't be able to maximize my murder count. That's so bad. I'm like, well, I'm not I'm not helping you maximize murders, right? I need to. Then at that point, our position is to provide the principled argument against murder as a value, right? And then on the other point, most people have some values that are like rational in some sense, because I don't have like an expanded theory on this, but like most people intuitively, right? They get values that are just like based on trying to live a normal life, right? And like there's a sort of basic like inherent, but like intuitive or pre-philosophical, like whim-based way of that people write values that typically they don't contain the premise of aggression, right? Like the idea that I want to, have a high trust society and food, and I want to be secure and warm, and like they didn't arrive at all these desires through like a philosophically rigorous argument, but there's nothing contained in those values that is like inherently, aggressive, right? And so you can say, well, under capitalism, you can gain these better.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is stepping into like objectivist philosophy, right? I think the much simpler kind of like retort to that is that murder is not a value. It's not a genuine value, right? It's an irrational value, and because of that, it isn't a value. By nature of it being, it's a whim. It's a preference. It's not a value based upon self-preservation or life and survival, because the logical conclusion of it is a society of barbarism, that of which turns against you. And so if it's not justified under libertarian position, right, we align at the same thing, which I think is part of the argument that anarcho-objectivism may be the full philosophy. I'm beginning to conceptualize that I believe that anarcho-capitalism is a step in the logical process of objectivism, and that classical objectivists are missing a step. And what I mean by that is that you start with existence exists, the unavoidable axiom, and the primacy of existence, into grounding formal logic. And the classical objectivists then move into a system of valuing life and self-preservation and consciousness, and they have skipped a step. And I think that step is actually anarcho-capitalism. They have skipped grounding the non-aggression principle in formal logic as a law of logic and natural law. And therefore, I think classical objectivism is lacking, and that the philosophy of natural law that is libertarianism is only a step of that broader philosophy of objectivist philosophy.
Yeah.
That might be a super controversial thing to say, but that's kind of the way that I see it. But I would just simply say an anti-life value is not a rational value. It's unjustifiable. But not only that, it just simply isn't a real value. It is just a preference or a whim, as opposed to a value that's aligned with a rational conscious being.
There's two senses of the word value. One is like a value is something that you act to gain and or keep, right? And I can in fact act to like gain, aggressive things, or like a murder, or like, stealing, right? But then there's also a sense that like a value, given the standard of life, right? Like life is the standard of value in objectivism, right? A value is something that furthers life, the principle of life, right? And so when you like abstract further down from that, right? Like all values derived from that standard are valid, are rational, right? And obviously all values that derive from that standard.
I want to interrupt so that we can just move on to the next slide, but someone said
there's only one slide left. The last slide is
right.
35
still watching. Two things are true. This is much better than Brain Dead Prime group home convos, and everyone here is terminally autistic. Hey man, Monday Prime Kai show I do because it's consistent content. It allows me to keep my practice debating. I'm constantly, last night, for example, the first hour, people were getting bored because they were like, this is so much Austrian economic theory. And it's like, yeah, I know it's kindergarten for you, but literally I am being allowed to preach basic Austrian economic theory to a large audience, Prime's audience, Lactoid's audience, etc., This is fucking awesome. This is what we're here for, boys. We are not here to just circle jerk and me and Nick and other autistic people to just fucking chill. All right? Like, we're here to proselytize, and that's exactly what I was fucking doing, and it was dope.
I think the funniest part about last night's stream was that there ended up being a situation where people were trying to out-libertarian each other, which I think is just hilarious. Even if it's like a joke. Like, maybe they don't specifically subscribe
Yeah, but they were
to the
making
theory.
my arguments for me. Like, Ali, not a
Exactly.
libertarian, just goes, do you season your boots?
Yeah, but like, the thing is, like, even when like they start doing that process, that forces them to think about the philosophy of libertarianism, which necessarily, if
even
they
at
actually
a surface level, is still great.
Yeah, so like just on that level, I think it's great. And I mean, people trying to out libertarian each other, getting into that competition, that's good because like it forces them to think deeply about the philosophy. Because like
Also,
to like make the joke.
For this last slide, I'd like to say fuck the French. I don't know why we had to put Finn at the top of this. France is not a real place. It's statistically irrelevant. You guys make good cheese and wine, and only for now, before your country falls. Anyways, continue.
I work at a French restaurant, so I'm required to I don't know, respect France, I guess. But yeah, so I guess I'll briefly state the conclusion, right? Like, any policy argument is motivated by reasoning, which either condones or rejects government. Condoning or rejecting government regresses to either socialism or anarchism. Therefore, by analyzing any argument, you can determine whether it is socialist or libertarian. And if you're seeking libertarianism, you should ask yourself, which way is the arrow pointing? And that's it. That's like the shortest statement. Here,
I think the key point here is government or is the state solving problems, right?
Yeah,
like
well,
that's the key analysis here that I think is actually really important that maybe a lot of people do forget is, how do we make the libertarian analysis succinct, right? And it's is the policy motivated by reason, right? We could actually leave it there, but to go further, is it motivated by reasoning that supports or rejects the concept that the state can solve problems?
Exactly,
And if it is motivated by the reasoning that it supports the state solving problems, even if it is a gradualist, position in the interim, it is not. It is just you are isolating that as a victory when it is not actually a victory. It is simply. It is simply a objectively good thing in that moment in time. But if it's not motivated by that reasoning, then you end up in situations like Washington State legalizing drugs, and then immediately it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of situation where they immediately reimpose the state because the reasoning behind that was never the appropriate reasoning, which is the philosophy of libertarianism, saying the government is not solving a problem, it's causing a problem. And so when new problems occur, the knee-jerk reaction is to use the state to solve the problem, and therefore we are moving towards socialism, even in that moment where we have rejected a socialist policy.
Exactly, yeah. When I made this presentation, like initially, like the initial assumptions coming into this is that you are a libertarian and you already don't believe the government can solve problems. Like the utility of this tool is for you identifying policy arguments that are that will point you to libertarianism. The arrow of regression point towards libertarianism, or will point you towards socialism, right? And so that's the utility here. I didn't really go very deeply into my explanation on like why the Austrian theory on why government can't solve problems is correct. I did that in my additional points I should have included. And maybe I can do another presentation on that, like that, or like
you should also clean up your argumentation and presentation a bit to start with what is production. And like so that it makes more sense when you're saying that the predation of the state, even if it is in essence producing, right? Like that the predation of the state is the element of non-production. And even when it when it is quote unquote producing, such as homesteading property that is unowned to do a to do a logging thing, that those are elements of production with elements of predation, and the elements of predation are necessarily anti-production.
Yeah, when you isolate like what is essential to government there from what is not, you end up, you can see specifically what is like the predatory elements are what is essential to government, whereas the productive elements are not.
Yeah,
Right.
I would clean that up and make hardcore examples with images of like a logging company and your argument of police, and then clean up, the things I should have added and make it a little more concise. And then you should do this presentation again when it's better. No offense. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, we work, we improve, right? And then you should do it on Liquid Zulu stream.
Yeah, like what I would include, what I would do if I'm gonna do this again, what I would do is I would stick the this first section, like the section about like what is production and what is government. Like government, the essential feature of government is predation, and predation cannot alleviate scarcity, right? And so by that token, given our previous definition of what a problem is, government cannot solve problems, because solving problems demands that you actually alleviate the scarcity rather than just rearrange existing scarce resources to other uses, right? Because then all you've done is
the presentation ended and we lost half of the people. They were like, all right, cool, presentation's done, we're good. I mean, I guess I'll get out of here, boys. It's here soon. Don't worry, I love you guys too. Thanks for the support. Have you ever taken a scientific and technical writing class in college?
No, I have not.
Like a class on how to make PowerPoints or how to make grant proposals and research proposals?
No, not specifically. I mean, like that has come up as an element in some of my classes. They've said, you should do this, or like include this in your PowerPoint, or like this is how to use the tool, but like not a specific formatting. No.
Yeah, so one of the golden rules of like PowerPoint presentations is something known as the matrix, right? And so the matrix is when you have bullet points, what you want roughly is you want uniformity amongst bullet points. So in the summary section, great, right? You have the same amount of words roughly on each bullet point. Right. The other thing, the other part of the matrix is that you want to keep it as short and concise as possible. And what I mean by that is genuinely, you should never have more than 6 words per bullet point. Like like if you need a quote or you need a story, like the Crusoean thing, you can make that as like a block, an image, or something. But the thing is that when people visually look at a PowerPoint, what they need is like they need a PowerPoint. Summary. They need a bullet point that says like, why the state, like they need a bullet point that says the state is predatory, not production or something. Yeah. Right. And then you tell the story, and those 4 or 5 or 6, and the matrix is basically, if you have 3 bullets, each one should have like 3 words. If you have 6 bullets, each one should have 6 words. That's not a hard, fast rule, but like you just want like less than a sentence on each bullet point. Yeah. That is enough to remind you. And even if you have to have cue cards, that's fine. But that is enough. Because visually, no offense, I mean this with all love, this is a nightmare PowerPoint presentation. This is like the type of thing that goes death by PowerPoint, right? Like what you really want is you want images that are context dependent, that are like contextual, maybe a graph or something that helps showcase the idea you're talking about. And then a bullet point is enough for you to speak, because mostly what you want is you want people to look at your face, so that because they can read your lips and they're more likely to retain that information and really be engaged with the person speaking. And the PowerPoint is just like a mechanism of like keeping the conversation on track and giving them a visual aid to look across from time to time.
Delivering visual aids rather than like delivering my essay in
yeah. And I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm just saying, like, if you take a college class on PowerPoints, like they'll teach you that shit. But if you haven't yet, Like that's a much better way to present.
I've heard this like similar point basically in my software engineering class, which is not really about writing software, but like about analyzing design proposals and like writing design proposals and like I guess like the business end of software engineering. And in that class, like I specifically remember the convener said something along the lines of like, you should not just be reading right off of your PowerPoint, right? Because otherwise you could just hand the audience your PowerPoint and then they could just read it, right? The point of the like what you have written up is first like that it concisely summarizes the idea, and that you should be able to elaborate on it, and you should also be able to include something that you wouldn't be able to say, like some visual aid. Like I can describe the slope and the line, but it's much easier for me to draw it for you, right?
Yeah, especially when you're doing stuff like that. Like in business, one of the other things you'll do is you'll create a hand packet that is an executive summary, and then you'll hand that to people. Then you have a PowerPoint that is as little words as possible. They're looking at you, they're watching your lips, which allows them to be more of an active listener as opposed to being distracted. You never want them to be distracted by the PowerPoint is the key thing. You want them to be focused on what you're saying. And then later, the executive summary allows them to reread whatever your proposal is if they were interested by your conversation, and remind them of the conversation, and then they're really locked in. But on the internet, talking to people, it kind of doesn't matter. But nevertheless, there's just some advice, from an old man.
Autistic people.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We have a lot of autistic libertarians that are like, no, I want to read it. I want to see it, But I'm just saying, like, a lot of these, like, go through the slide, go up.
If I go up, let's see. This
Go
one.
up,
This is
up,
this one I added like last night.
Up.
This one. These are
Up.
yeah.
Up.
Yeah.
Up. It's one of the first ones. This one.
Yep.
This is almost what you want.
Right. Yeah.
If you turn that paragraph into just like
Two
a
dot
bullet
points,
point or two or three with like 4 or 5 words, then this is like a perfect presentation slide, right? It's because it's got just like a bullet point of like 2 or 3 things you're discussing on the slide, and then this visual representation that they can then switch from paying attention to you and then looking at this slide.
Yep.
Love you, brother.
Thanks.
Super boys in is the person in chat, right?
Yeah, that's my YouTube name. I made that when I was like 7 years old. So I never like read any comics. I think the idea I had was like I'm a super boy, and like my brother is also, so like we're super boys together, right? And so that was the name I came up with. And like, have you noticed that for a while in like stream chats, YouTube will keep switching between showing like someone's or like their Google name? Because like for a while it just presented my real name.
YouTube can't figure out what they want to do with that yet. I think YouTube is trying to integrate into like search function and chat and everything what your simplified YouTube or Google name is, right?
Yeah.
So like I made sure I got the handle @Fabian Liberty. So like you can just go to like youtube.com/ like I think it's like Fabian Liberty or whatever, and then it just immediately goes to my channel, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I think they're trying to transition over to that, and they're like fucking it up every step of the way because I can't imagine what YouTube's code looks like. Because I like listen, I don't know much about coding, but I know a system that doesn't like go offline to update is just layered on top of each other, and like I can't imagine what 15 years of that looks like on this huge platform. But I imagine every time they push something, it fucks up something somewhere, and they're like, shit, what do we do? You know what I mean? And there's like one dude that gets paid $300,000 a year and like he's in charge of like 6 different things, and it's like, bring in the 57-year-old Ted because he still remembers the original code. You know what I mean? Like I imagine there's just like one old senior, like, full stack engineer that like just happens to know how to fix this esoteric problem with their old ass code. You know what I mean? Because when's the last time YouTube's gone down for them to like, it never goes offline.
Yeah.
Right. And so like whenever they're pushing updates, it's just on top of whatever shit they have. It's got to be a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I think more of a problem there is like, because I mean, theoretically, they could just like write a flat out new like version of YouTube, and then they could just push it, and it would like instead of like going down, the DNS like the servers would just start serving the new website, right? I think that it's more likely that because like so many people and so many teams have worked on the website for over so many years, and also that like the mission has changed so many times that there's going to be so much like redundant code or stuff that's been commented out or like stuff that's been added and then removed or like added and then never elaborated on, that it's just kind of floating around. I mean,
you
I don't
have
know
different
for
teams
sure.
doing weird shit, right? Like like Google has like oh god, what is that program called? Jigsaw, right? Jigsaw, just as like one example, is a team in YouTube that was part of the Twitter files, censorship, deep state apparatus, and their goal is to push positive into the algorithm of YouTube, to push positive videos on like debunking, or they called it pre-bunking, right? Giving you the information to be able to spot misinformation before you encounter misinformation. And that is like supposed to be pushed into everybody's algorithm. And they work on the back end to find videos and things that they intentionally put into your algorithm that they consider to be effective pre-bunking, so that like you don't go down the YouTube rabbit hole of becoming a right winger or like or a libertarian or something, right?
We're
You
gonna
get some
inoculate you.
pre-bunking to like inoculate you to philosophy that we don't like. And one of the videos that they put out was like a COVID video, and was hilarious because the video itself was literally contradicting the CDC. It was fucking hilarious, right? It was like, yeah, and it's just like, so like, how many teams does Google have, right? That are working on shit like that with the algorithm, like, that aren't like part of what, the main teams are doing. You know what I mean? Like how many tendrils of like different projects are being interjected into the algorithm or other things that just fuck up other things. And then people are like, where did this error come from? And then you find out there's some project you didn't even fucking know about that's fucking with your code that handles the algorithm.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of API integration as well. Like the YouTube, obviously, like the YouTube comments are integrated with like your Google account, right? So like stuff that's going on in Google, like account management, affects how YouTube and obviously the API is meant to manage that.
So we do have a question before we go.
We have a question.
Yeah, actual question. How is libertarian the natural state of humanity while primitive humanity is tribal?
So when we say natural, we're basically saying like when you like enter the world, right? What is like without any further actions, right? Like what you have to take an additional action for you to enter into like a conflict with someone, right? So it's not natural in the sense of like this is how things were a long time ago, or this is how things are, in like the jungle. It's natural in the sense that this is before any additional like elements have been added. Right. So like libertarianism, like if you imagine yourself on like the desert island, right? And there's you and one other person, right? Before you do anything to them, right? You are in a state of libertarianism, right? Because you haven't initiated a conflict with them and they haven't initiated a conflict with you. But like when you start posing that you want to like, suppress that person and like they should serve your whims, they should be your slave. Now you're no longer in libertarianism, right? So like that's what it means for libertarianism to be like the natural state. It's not that it's like intuitive or that like it's what happens if you don't do anything like in a tribe. It's just that that's before you add any further elements, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had this kind of like thing on the debate last night where Corey was like, what do you even mean by natural? Everything is natural. And, if people vote for the state, then it's natural because and so he was trying to destroy the concept of natural as a word at all, which was like crazy. But yeah, very similar to what you're saying is, what is natural as far as I'm concerned there, is two elements. You touched on the first one, right, which is from the philosophical position of, what is natural law and what do we mean by natural law? And then what I said more generally when I was talking about like gender roles and things like that is what occurs without coercion, what occurs without forcing individuals to act against their free will and instead to act in a way that those with more power want them to act. And so in a tribal society, or under a state, under a monarchy, under some institution of coercion, right? And I don't mean coercion in the way that Marxists mean it, where nature is coercive, right? I mean coercion in the way that a human being is actively acting outside of the domain of ethics, and into the law of the jungle, into the action of utilizing power and preference to make you act in the way that they prefer based upon their power. That what is natural is what happens when you take away that power.
Before there's interference.
Right, and that's why I was talking about the concept of like the most egalitarian societies, you see the biggest difference in gender roles in terms of professions that they go into. And it's like, well, why is it that you see more coders and things like that in we had a poor connection. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
No. Horrifying. Yeah, I mean, so
there
like,
we go. We're good now. Yeah, but but just like what I mean by natural there is like, in Scandinavian countries where the state is trying its utmost to remove, any type of like reinforcing of the gender roles from the government and imposing those things. What they find is the biggest gender differences, and it's like that's how we know that those gender differences are natural, because when we remove elements of coercion, those differences widen and then when we introduce those impositions, they come closer.
Yeah, so like when you're discussing like what is natural, you have to define a specific like respect and like a domain, right? It's like when we're discussing what is natural with regards to like someone's preferences influenced by their gender, right? That is, that's the domain. Like you've defined the domain there. It's like what it means for it to be natural is that there is no interference from outside that domain, right? Like so like what it means for me to have like a natural preference, like only my thoughts on like my the effect of my gender there is when you abstract out like any other elements that would influence that, right? And so like that's the natural when we're talking about that, like when before it's interfered with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can say like natural gender roles, like when in like an industrial society, but even like an ANCAP but industrial society, you might not see natural gender roles occur because that's not the evolutionary environment we grew up in, right? So there's unnatural factors that interfere with the expression of our like sexually dimorphic neurochemistry, right? So like that interference leads to an alteration in the interests of people, right? Whereas like
one prime example is like guns. Guns are a force multiplier, right? They may change the natural state of women being predominantly dependent upon men for protection to a certain degree, right? There's still a lot of other reasons why guns do not close that gap completely, but it certainly is going to change the way women interact with men, in terms of fear of violence in society, because there's this force multiplier that is added that goes against our natural biological tendencies, and that isn't necessarily bad. It just is.
It will affect
natural isn't a moral claim.
Yeah, it'll affect occurrences on the margin, right? Like where the addition of a gun would have changed the outcome of some conflict, or like where the addition of the ability to use guns would change someone's choice. Like I would have become a soldier, but I'm just not strong enough. But now that I have a gun, I can actually fight people, right? Like I think you can actually imagine that historically, like imagine in like the 20th century, like some woman who's like really devoted to like Chinese communism, right? But she's like, 4 foot nothing, right? And so she can't really fight people. But then suddenly she gets a Type 56 SKS rifle, and now she is capable of doing battle in the name of the revolution, right? Like that is on the margin. The addition of a gun has changed this person's behavior, right?
A lot of female snipers, by the way, in history. It's one of the things
Yeah.
people don't talk about. There's a lot of good snipers that are females, especially Russians, Kurds, right? There's a lot of female Kurd snipers and shit,
Yeah.
right? It's like obviously, like without the addition of the sniper rifle, they would not be doing that, right? They would not be on the front lines. They're not even on the front lines in this scenario. But yeah, all these things on the sideline, right? These are the places you can find Nikola.
Yeah.
Appreciate this conversation. Completely derailed what I was planning to do for stream, and I don't care at all. It was great. It was a great conversation. I'll do that maybe Friday, depending upon what's going on. But it was a pleasure to have you, and
like I
it was a
said,
great conversation.
Yeah, like I said, you can find me here on X and on YouTube, but I don't really do like this kind of libertarian. I don't do libertarian like politics on my X or YouTube. I don't like talk. I don't really usually like post about current events. Really, what I do is I post like illustrations and like writing. And to your point, Scott, about like putting forward like a positive vision. One of the things I do is I'm working on I guess I call it like a multimedia project. I want to like do comics and animation stuff eventually, which is depicting effectively like an anarcho-capitalist society, right? And in that sense, it
cyberpunk, but good.
Yeah, what if it's like
cyberpunk, but not Polish and sad?
What if the mega corporations
made by a Serbian?
What if the mega corporations were in charge and that was a good thing? Yeah, but like so I have this science fiction setting that I'm working on that has I'm working on various like stories and media products. I guess I'd call them in the most capitalistic way possible.
Thank you,
and
Safe Space. By the way, you should actually read some of the source material from the 1980s cyberpunk like tabletop. Have you ever read it?
I read it. Yeah, like a long time ago. Oh my god, maybe like
one of the things that's crazy prophetic, right? And it's not in
that's
CD Projekt's game. It's crazy prophetic because one of the things that they stated was that like people became obsessed with racial justice and race issues, and that this became like a new form of like communism. And like they've also like, and it's like, and that none of that is in the cyberpunk games, right? Because like that would not align with the vision of CD Projekt Red, and But I just always thought that was interesting. It's like, oh, you kind of forgot to mention that part. You really love the corpo shit and the AI shit, but for some reason you didn't talk about how they were prophetic about. Yeah, like
the malice didn't make it in.
Yeah, it's funny how that didn't happen. But I'm gonna get out of here. Maybe I don't know what's going on with my stream health. It just keeps throwing up errors. But yeah, I don't know. I have like some bad issue, but it's not occurring on Streamlabs end. It's on YouTube's end.
Oh,
so
I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the stream right now. It's something's up with it. I'm not sure.
Well, regardless, boys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm just gonna end the stream because like I'm dropping viewers and like the signal's not quite right. Something's going on YouTube's end, and it was a great stream. But I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the donations. Thank you to, oh God, who was it? Why is it not in viewer activity? It's crazy that it's not in viewer activity. But someone, I think it was Shadow Warden, maybe it was someone else, and I apologize. Donated 10 memberships. That's 40 fucking bucks, boys. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys. I got to go to my grandmother's house tomorrow and like deep clean one of her rooms. She's elderly. She can't do it, so like that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And then the next day's Thanksgiving. Maybe we'll come back Friday. We'll see. Hopefully Casimir will get back to me and we'll do something with Liquid Zulu and Casimir on Saturday, and more stuff coming. So like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where the go lives are. That's where we have like nerdy conversations. Follow me on Twitter if you want to see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic.